everybody? Welcome back to Walpole'ville. Look what we got here. We're back to our 1/1800 scale ships. We're going to be doing Bismarck tonight because I wasn't able to get Gneisenau ready to rock and roll here. So we're going to roll with that. Let me see. Do I have another one of our ships here? Is this, well, that's Roma. There we go. And look at that. Roma was not exactly all that much smaller than Bismarck, right? Look at that. Very comparable in size. Here, let me move this out of the way here. So I got me. All right, there we go. We're just going to do this in the, obviously, the Straits of Denmark color scheme right there. You can see the images on the, here, let's start it off. We're going to just do a little bit of dry brush stuff on the superstructure. Now we'll take this. Where's some of our panes of gray, some of the Mars black. We get this going. Then we're going to do the water. Then we'll do some glazy stuff. And then after the glazy stuff has a chance to, well, then we'll go back to the water, giving the glazy stuff a chance to set. And then a lot of the rest of the details, well, we're going to have the wood on the deck, of course. We also are going to have to do the dazzle camo, because dazzle camo and all. I mean, you can see it there. Now, of course, Prince Eugen had the same camo, and I guess you could say, I don't know, maybe it was successful because Prince of Wales was targeting Prince Eugen and not Bismarck. Because if you look at the way that you see the way the camo works, it's basically to take to make that look like it's a heavy cruiser instead of the size that it is. So great to see you there, Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf, I swear that was the same Chidubox Basic, right, 64, that I clicked on the other day that led to the nightmare, right, oh no, you gotta update to the newest one. So no idea what happened there. I mean, do we really have any idea what this thing is doing? I don't think so, right? We just, we're just like riding the wave. See what I did there? So yeah, Armored Wolf, I just realized, instead of doing that other bust that has all the green in it, if I was to just do my own, where there were no leaves or anything like that, then I could simplify and use less and less colors. So we wouldn't need to do 10 or something crazy like that. We could maybe just do 6, but yet still give them a chance to kind of play around a little bit more. And then, of course, that way they get the actual STL file. I mean, I could just get a little a USB stick or something like that and just put that in there with the video. So yeah, that way I'll be able to kind of, because I was trying to think, man, with 10 colors for 18 people, even splitting them up into the smaller containers, I was starting to price that out. That was just going to be not doable. That was going to be too much. So if I can get that down to 6, which actually, ironically enough, that's about what we had. Oh, I don't think I still have the old, no, I don't have that here. But that one time we did try to do a class, that's what I had, was just the 6 colors. So I think that'll work out pretty well. Now the superstructure definitely is lighter than everything down here on the main hull. But that camel pattern does keep going up into the superstructure, though. There we go. And actually, what I was, because it lets me film a new video specifically for that. And of course, it also, it emphasizes the fact that, yeah, we do sculpting stuff on the Patreon page too. Well, here he is. Yeah, so this is the latest Wapelius Spellbrush. And the books and everything like that, people are definitely kind of liking all of the books and such. That was, again, all done with the Eldritch Foundry. Check out eldritchfoundry.com. I do actually have some kind of a code or whatever. I have no idea what it is. I'll have to search through the emails to see, because I think people are supposed to get a break if they use that code. I have no clue what it is. Ah, they even did it at aft. I thought they only did that forward, but they did that same camo thing aft. Same thing as aft over here. So Armored Wolf, I did get. I got a good chunk of the Carnosaur put together during that Council of Miniature Painters thing, but that's why I had to restart the computer. Because, of course, now the only way I can get XSplit to work in Discord is to turn off the palette camera. And that just basically locked everything up when I tried to bring up, not XSplit, but Streamlabs. So, of course, right, why not? Now here we're using basically a warm gray. This is the Paul Rubens. Paul Rubens, by the way. I think, did we paint Prince Eugen already? No, I don't think we did Prince Eugen. I know that we did, and of course, I meant to bring those out, but I kind of forgot to do that. We also did your Deutschland class, we did Graf Spee, and we did Scharnhorst, or as we call it, not Gneisenau. You know what, I'm going to go... well, maybe not on the... no, actually not on the... So let's take that up here then. Okay, so, okay, that did... Alright, well, that must have gotten broken off then. Oh, well. Yeah, there is supposed to be... I was like, where the heck is my aft mast over here? But that is definitely been broken off, so I'm not surprised. That is a bit of a bummer. No idea where this... I don't even think it's... I don't even think it got broken off here. I think it got... Oh, yeah. I'm sure it got broken off out where it was before. Yep. Oh, well. Such is life. I needed something to be able to paint here, and unfortunately everything else was not in prepped mode. Okay, that's going to do it for that. Let us start fooling around then with the water and such. We will get radiant green, Prussian blue. Start doing the sea foamy parts here, because that's what we do. Just like Roma there. I'm looking around like, wait a minute, we're missing some things here. Oh well. I was wondering how this thing had survived multiple things falling on top of it. Well, it didn't quite survive as much as I thought. There we go. Alright, let's get the rest of that. And then everything up here will be your Prussian blue, Payne's gray, that sort of deal. Some of this now. Start to lighten this up like we do. Starboard side. Lighten it up some more. As we welcome in Darling Creepshow. How you doing there, Darling Creepshow? Sorry I showed up so late to the stream the other day. Everybody please give Darling Creepshow a follow. So Creepshow, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Creepshow, let's see, were you rate? Oh gosh, were you rating during this or during the painting? I think it was during this, right, Creepshow? So here again is the Wapelius Spellbrush figure, all brand new. This we made this in Eldritch Foundry, and again, let's see how if CAD is still very much not dry. Actually, well, nope, yeah, he's definitely because he was painted with actual cadmium lead. Nice to see you there, Kagoma's Fury. So there is, again, that's the new Wapelius Spellbridge. Hey, Drosarius, great to see you back. So, yep, here is Bismarck. Now, we're just showing Roma. So this is a ship of the very same era right here. So that is the Italian battleship Roma. And as you can see, they're not all that different in size. This ship was actually taken out by the very first ever guided cruise missile. This one right here, and it was in late 1943, I believe. Nice to see you there, Mikey. Kagomi's Sphere, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Kagomi's Sphere, I don't do Discord, so yeah, you might want to send it via Instagram or something like that. Yeah, if you sent it via Discord, I'll see that sometime 10 years from now, maybe 12. Nice to see you there, Doji. Now, oh, here's some of our other 1/1800 scale ships. So again, you can see there's a little bit of a size comparison there. Now, where is... So by comparison, this is South Carolina. So this was a ship that was launched in 1941 right here. Again, you can kind of see. So this is not Iowa class. Remember, this is the South Dakota class, which is smaller. Iowa class was longer. So Iowa class goes about out to here. And of course, we've painted tons and tons. We've painted dozens, something like 30 of these 1/1800 scale ships right there of all sorts of different navies. Where's the, is this Dunkirk right here? No, that's your South Carolina. Ah, here we go. So this is Dunkirk. So that's a modified ship right there. But again, you can see it's not all that different size-wise. But look at the difference in the naval architecture here. All guns forward there, and then just secondary mounts aft. And you can also see when you compare it to, say, this alignment right here, you have the three triples, but then look at the secondary alignment, secondary armament, how that is done. They were the only ones to ever do something like that. That is very, very unique right there. Ah, that's fantastic, Kagomi's Fury. Yeah, if you want to send that, that would be super incredible. Now, what we have, oh, here was our last Armada Monday, right here. This is a little bit different, and the base is a little bit different. Actually, Creepshow, I think you've rated when we were doing one of these, right? Maybe actually a couple of them. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Kagomi's Fury posted. And actually, Creepshow, why don't you post something there in the chat too? So this is the Cobalt class assault ship right there. That is a big hunk of resin. Super big hunk of resin. Here's another very recent, there you go, look at that, very recent stream right there. I think it was just, was it last week, week before, something like that. Ah, okay, everybody check out the link, sorry, Creepshow, that Darling Creepshow posted. So what we're doing here, we're using oil paints, by the way. We are using oil paints. Now, this water is sculpted on. You can see, all right, that it is actually sculpted. Here, let's show there, so you can see how that comes up over the hull. So that is actually sculpted on there. The original one was, of course, Galactica Actual. There it is. So that was the very first one that we did. And of course, well, that goes along with all of our spacescapes that we have been doing. Like I said, we've got these upside down here. Where's my newest ones? There they are. Oh, actually, here's speaking of which, we did this in June. We also painted Enterprise. We also painted a Dauntless Dive Bomber too. So again, here's our most recent spacescapes right here. We did these last Thursday, like so. Now this coming Thursday, for Flat Thursday, we're going to take this particular painting and we're going to turn that into a horizontal composition. That was a painting that I did back when I was 13. And we did it once as an ornament, but we're going to do it again on Thursday. Again, changing that into a more of a horizontal, or yeah, horizontal type composition there. So Drosarius, I've actually done, that was the 7th ship. I've done 7 of those. I will try to, well, we'll see if we can print out a base star, and then we'll see if we can fit it on camera, because that will be an interesting feat to do both of those things. That's fantastic, Kagomi's Fury. And Doji, I don't know if you shared your stuff in chat, but please go ahead and share that too. So thanks so much, Darling Creepshow, for the raid. I know you probably have to head off to sleep because, well, it's getting on the later side there. So you can see there's actual texture there, right? Because all I'm doing is the dry brushy stuff with the oils there. And you can see just a piece of plastic card. You can see what the original primer color was. I took a dark, basically Prussian blue ink. Very appropriate. Very appropriate in this case. We're also going to be doing the Dazzle camo that you see. And again, the camo for obviously this and Prince Eugen was designed to make them look like another type of ship, like a smaller one. And in the case of Bismarck, you could say it worked because, as we were saying, I think just as the raid happened, Prince of Wales was actually targeting Prince Eugen, thinking that it was Bismarck. And that is one of the reasons why Bismarck was able to get in that salvo against HMS Hood, which we will be painting, by the way. I think the first British ship we painted was, wasn't Prince of Wales, it was Repulse. Yes, that was the first British ship that we did. We even have the massive H-class ships printed out, which are literally longer than this base right here. The biggest of the H-class ships was supposed to weigh about 120,000 tons, and it would be about the size of a modern-day, probably Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. I don't know about a J.R. Ford, but at least a Nimitz class. That's how, and 20-inch guns. That is how absurdly big they were supposed to be, and of course they never could have built them because they didn't have the shipyards to do it. Right, Camda? Hey there, Congaline, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that, Congaline. Yeah, we've done, if you check out the YouTube channels, we've got Arizona Enterprise Wasp, Yorktown, we've got Lexington, we have Essex, we have pretty much most of the Kidu Butai, somewhere around here. Oh, I thought we still, wait a minute. there's Repulse right there. So that is, that's one of the latest 1800 scale ships that we did. Oh, and look at that. There we go. There's Graf Spee. Yeah, so that's about an 12,000 ton ship right there with the 11-inch guns on it. So great to see you there, Camda. If you want to share anything in the chat, Camda, please go ahead and do that, of course. So you can see the difference now between the ambient water and then your churned up water. And that's the same as what we did for Roma. We're doing that here. So Congaline, Coco's Models does these. He also has a World War I line. He also has a, I'm pretty sure he has a sailing ship line. So eventually we will be getting to the sailing ships. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Recoil, yeah, those songs turned out great. They really, really, really turned out great. I don't know if it was helpful kind of listening to those other fight songs there just to kind of get a flavor for how those, what those are really like. Because they're not quite like, say, your AFL fight songs, right, Recoil? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And be sure to give Camda a follow because Camda also does the streaming stuff. So again, Conga Line, thanks for being. Actually, Camda, we have one of your new colors out here. We have that kind of warmer gray color. Now, right about here, that is where. Yep, right about here. So again, the whole point of this is to try and hide the fact of what ship this is. Now we even have this back here at the stern. So effectively, if you're looking at this and all you see, okay, that's the bow wave there, and that is the stern turn. That's about the length of a heavy cruiser. So that was kind of the point of the Dazzle camo there. Well, this particular Dazzle camo. There was many other types as you saw, well, here. So that is the Dazzle Camel on Roma. We did, I think, at least a dozen Regia Marina ships. I think we've done 5 so far of the Marina Nationale. We did at least somewhere around 18 to 20 IJN ships. We did, oh gosh, at least 20 U.S. ships. I think Arizona Enterprise were the first ones that we did. Let me see. This is got to. That's about midships, right at your boat deck, right there, right stern of the crane. Okay. Let's break this down some more. That's fantastic there, Recoil. Yeah. Again, at some point, I'll try to get the paid version of Suno. But I think I need to go with Meshi first there, Recoil. So basically using Meshi and, I almost said, well, using Meshi and the GPTs and also using, oh, that's got to be right after this secondary mount here. Yep, and using Eldritch. I tried to get some tutorial vids, but I wasn't really able to find anything particularly fantastic. It's kind of like all the tutorials you see on YouTube, right? Recoil, they're just basically super quick things that show you how to do only the most basic of stuff and nothing for real. So there again, we're starting to work our camo in here. Let's get this. I think is this okay? Right here, just past the conning tower, right in front of that secondary mount, and it goes in this direction. So there. Yep, we'll go this way. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Well, again, Kagome Sphere, appreciate you being here. And yeah, sorry again that I didn't see the Discord message. But as Recoil knows, that is not typically something that I will be using. Hey, Epic Cheese, how you doing? Great to see you again there, Cheese. I hope that you're doing well. Thanks, Kagome Sphere. Appreciate that. Yeah, just that is not something that I employ ever. Now, which way are these? Okay, that is going to go aft here. Okay. Same on this one. Actually, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, but that is. Oh, that's forward. All right. That one is forward. Glad I double checked that. Thanks, Epic G's. Appreciate that. So cheese, I think it's safe to say we're going to have a mariner type of a feel here because I think we're going to at least try to do this in a horizontal format here on the channel. So that would probably be our Thursday stream right there because more ships, more better, right? Recoil. More ships, more better. So we're already, again, establishing, again, let's get this back here. Changing that up. Camden, actually, unfortunately, this thing had sat around for so long while we were doing all our BFG ships. Both of the masts got sheared off. So yeah, both masts got sheared off. So we'll have to, I don't know if I can find those, or maybe I can just reprint those or something. I don't know. But yeah, they kind of got sheared off. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta do, here, let me grab this because your turrets have this going on here. This was a little something that also too your early war U.S. ships did. The tops of the turrets were painted in certain code colors, which was supposed to keep them from being, well, they called them aerial recognition or air recognition. Now, your Italian air recognition markings were not quite as effective. You would think you're an Italian pilot and you see a barbershop floating around, a really big barbershop floating around down there, you would think you wouldn't want to drop your bombs on it, but it happened twice in one battle. To the point where the British guys were they they were about to offer like an MVP award to the Italian pilots. That needless to say, that wasn't exactly how that was supposed to go. See you later there, Doji. See you later. Have a good one. Now we've got our, come on, here's some of that not radiant, radiant violet. Now, and again, the latest, the latest Patreon video is up. And that is, we were using Eldritch Foundry to sculpt some busts and also try to use it to get a likeness. And I don't know if you have seen that video yet, Recoil, but there was definitely like two major discoveries. Camda saw one of them where I was able to figure out that you can't actually have a base as part of the plinth. It's not just that skinny little plinth and it falls over. So that was one big discovery. Then the other one, Camda, was Enrico, I finally found out what show bones means. It's essentially like show vertebrae when you're doing, say, the torso and the neck. So again, now we have our deck color working in here. Little bit of a deck color there. Actually, the boat deck also. There's your catapult right here. I can't help but thinking, Recoil, that if they had just given one of their float planes, somebody just give them a gun and send them, and launch those things, they actually probably could have shot down those fairy swordfish. Because I wouldn't be surprised if their float planes actually were faster than the fairy swordfish. That again jammed the rudder, and that was well, two things. They had actually lost contact with Bismarck until the admiral on board, not the captain, but the admiral, decided to send a radio message, and they went, "That's where they are." Okay, because yeah, they had actually lost contact with them. Yeah, Camta is we are all Skelly friends now. Now Camta, when I go back to doing the miniatures, now I think I might have a better idea when I go to say move the arms. Now there was the hilarious moment, right, Camta, where I couldn't remember how to do. I think there was something I was trying to get back to. And I didn't realize that I already clicked on it like 3 times. And I kept saying, where the heck is this function? Oh, I had that. It's like me looking for anything, right? Recoil, couldn't find it. So he had conga line, no radio message. There was, I think, almost 3 points where they were. There was two for sure, but almost three where they could have gotten away scot-free. And of course, let's see, they blew out their radar on their first salvo that they fired. They had to use Prinz Eugen's radar, and then their anti-aircraft, what little anti-aircraft they had, was essentially designed to shoot down things that move way faster than a. They just call them old string bags. Literally a biplane that is wood, cloth, and string. So the bullets just went right through. Out of desperation, they fired the main armament into the water, hoping to create a geyser that was big enough to just, like, well, basically smash the plane, which almost worked several times. It came close, but not close enough. I think they have motorized kites, wouldn't you say there, conga line? Yes, barely motorized kites. And I think there were three. Yeah, there was a crew of three on those things also. There was one guy that was quite literally hanging about 10 feet above the water, waiting to. He wanted to make sure that they could launch that torpedo. All right, this one goes forward. All right, and now, so we've got our camo established there. So I do believe, Camden, tomorrow what we're going to try to be doing is we are going to try to create like the new colors, right? Mixing some new fluoros, maybe the new, oh, what the heck are they? Some new interference colors. Put them in the different containers. I don't know if we'll have a chance to actually paint anything. I would like to at least test out the colors. So I just want to at least try to test them out. Speaking of air recognition, let's get this going here real quick. Yeah, recoil, canister and grape shot for the win, right? It's not just for taking down masts. Who would have thought it's for taking down planes, too? Almost there. And are there... Oh, look at this. This must have been an earlier one, because what don't we see? We don't see any mooring cleats. Wasn't there one destroyer we were going to call it the USS Mooring Cleats or something like that? Because it had about a dozen of them. No, where's, I think South, yeah. No, South Dakota didn't have any, mooring cleats either. What was the one that had like a million of them? Oh, there you go. I see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 mooring cleats on a 12th. Apparently, this is a very light 53,000 ton ship that doesn't need any mooring cleats. That name sounds familiar there, Camja. That name does sound familiar for sure. Boy, now it's been a while since I think they were in the stream, but that name definitely sounds familiar. All right, it goes up to here on our turrets and barbettes, right? Yeah, on the barbette too. Oh, that's right. We almost forgot that this does extend up into the superstructure, and it goes oppo. Yep, it's gonna go here. And then there actually is a bit up there. All right, let's do this too. Where did it start? It started right over here. Conning Tower main bridge. I'm just visualizing recoil that they go to the galley or something like that. Recoil, and they just grab whatever they can find, pots and pans, and they just shove all that into the main turrets and then load up the powder behind it. That would be interesting to see, 15-inch guns shooting grape shot in the form of, pots and pans and anything that they could find that was loose and metal anywhere on the ship. Go into the machine shop or something like that and just look for sharp objects. Yes, fairy swordfish brought down by flying utensils, which actually would have been more effective than the bullets. Drosarius, I think there are several paper-light cruisers, right, that would have suffered significant damage from something like that. Old-fashioned boarding parties, right, right, Drosarius? So Camda says, give him the spoon shot. I'm just imagining Camda, somebody in a chef's hat and a white apron or something like that, manning the gun, saying, give him the spoon shot. I don't know, Rico, is that something that we have to create in GPT or something there? Mr. Snipes, I think they probably started out with what would you say, a disapproving look before they even did that. Yeah, they probably looked at each other in a disapproving fashion, and they realized that that was less effective than maybe firearms. That's fantastic. Oh, that was looking really good, Camda. Actually, now, Camda, I think you posted your link, right? Yeah, I think you posted that. That was really looking sensational, Camda. Sorry I didn't really get a chance to reply on it or anything like that. But yeah, that was really looking sensational. And again, everybody check out that link that Camda Paints posted there. More boat deck here. Yes, So why did you retreat from that battle? Well, they were giving me these scornful looks, which caused terror in the enemy. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, it's not like those would ricochet into a bad direction or anything like that, right? That would totally be fine. Can you only imagine the sound that must have made there, Mr. Snipes? I'm just imagining the sound that made as it's hitting those metal plates. Well, actually, I saw this popped up on my Instagram. Somebody did a really interesting, I think it was an ME 109 or something like that, but they basically, it was not a real color scheme, but they painted it up in Red Baron style. And it actually looked so neat that, I don't know, we might have to try that. We might have to try that recoil. I don't have a printable ME 109, but I might have a 1/72nd scale. I know I've got a 1/48 scale ME 109. Yeah, Mr. Snipes. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, right? It's totally fine. Let me go a little lighter with this gray here. Put that here. Also a little bit there. So again, you can see how that continues up into your superstructure there. Oh, wait, let's get this too. So again, really glad, Cam, that you were to feel like you could make some progress on that for sure. Now I know the frustration because, well, there's the printing stuff, right? Oh, and by the way, after the stream, I'm going to try anyway to see if I can print out those busts, the ones that we did in that video. Try and print those out on the bamboo with the 0.08 layer height. Make them a lot bigger. Right now they are printing in resin. Probably will be done by the end of the stream there. Recoil, there's a part, ME109, sure, but I do have a 262. Remember recoil in 148 scale? And while it would be interesting to do the camo and everything, kind of like, your usual way, there is a part of me, recoil, that really wants to try that Red Baron color scheme on a 262. Yeah, either that or a hypothetical America bomber or a Junkers or something like that. Or, well, actually a Stuka. I think I actually have a printable Stuka. Yeah, I think I've got one. Let's get the inside of the... What's wild is that most of the secondary mounts are still... They're still in place. They did not come out of the barbettes the way the main turrets did. I mean, obviously, not weigh as much as the main turrets, but still. Mr. Snipes has a 172nd. Great to see you back there, Valfira. Great to see you. Not too much later here. Not too much later on that. And then, alright, so counting to the cranes, catapults. It is always hilarious to see these, well, essentially early warships and just how little there was in terms of anti-aircraft guns and everything else. All right, let us take... Oh, look at that. We got some sky blue. We got some phthalo green. Maybe a little thinner. Okay. Let's see what we have here to get a little more of our sea foam going. That should also... Yeah, see how that kind of blends wet into wet there. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, I think Flames of War uses 1/100 scale, right? So those are interested. They're obviously a little bit smaller than even the 172nds. Surprisingly big, though. You know, when you see just how small even some of the vehicles are in 172nd or 100 scale. But yeah, I've got a... Well, here's the 148 scale Dauntless that we did. Where you at there? No. Okay, I guess I passed by it already. Where's our Dauntless? Here. Unless I moved... Oh, I might have moved it. There it is. So yeah, there's our 148 scale Dauntless that we did. Oh man, was that 4 years ago, I think, maybe? Yeah, I think that was 4 years ago on our Battle of Midway observations stream. Now it is time to start going back with some of our lightest stuff on the water. After let's do a little bit. Yeah, let's do a little bit of our lazy glazy stuff here. A little pinline washy stuff on the actual ship now. And of course, this is where it's the part of the stream that everybody just longs to see, right? Where we're just literally mixing paint, and that's about it. One set. Let me get. We'll use this one here. So some of our Payne's gray there, and then some of this, and now a bunch of this. There we go. And if you're looking for a system to play this with, Victory at Sea by Warlord Games uses 1/1800 scale ships, just like these. And it does not matter. The base size doesn't matter. You measure everything from the bridge. Nothing else matters. So that would it's a way that you could again incorporate these ships into that game system. Now, when it comes to planes, you'll have to find somewhere some kind of plane files and print those out. So again, we're just doing a little bit of our cheeky pinline wash stuff here. Not a ton, just a little here and a little there. So yeah, that is Victory at Sea. That's by Warlord Games. They have tons and tons of ships. It's just, okay, you get, say, the starter set or whatever, Victory at Sea, which I'm sure will have the rules in it. Maybe even some of the airplane stands or something like that, and then everything else. You can just print it out, because reasons. And what was it the Star Wars Armada rules recoil for for our Battlestar Galactica ships? I think that was the system you had found that would work for them. No, okay, fine. Let's hit that. So these were definitely some very unusual anti-aircraft mounts here for Bismarck, for sure. Well, technically, we got some sponsons over here, Camda. There are, and actually, there's some Oh, here's more sponsons, Camda, right there. Yeah, sponsons. It's like it wouldn't be a 1/1800 scale ship stream, right, Camda, without sponsons. Yes, indeed. You got your signal lights there. You got your spotlights there on the stack. You'll typically see, and then of course on the main part of your superstructure, you'll see sponsons galore there. Sponsons everywhere. It is an addiction, right, Camda? We're all addicted to sponsons. Can you ever really, truly have too many sponsons? I don't think so. More of, nah, let me just do this first. Let me soften that up. So the torpedo, oops, okay, we need a little bit more of actual paint there for our tort blister. So look at that, it's almost, look at this, Valfair, it's almost like we're actually painting ourselves a 1/700 scale ship or something there. Doing genuine pin line washes. So again, Mr. Snipes, appreciate you being here. We will continue to add, there we go. that. Next week will probably either be uh, it's either going to be Gneisenau or a ship that has H in the name. It's either going to be an H class or it's going to be HMS Hood. So it will be one of those two things. Let me try to make this a whole lot lighter here. Let me get rid of this. Now, thanks, Mr. Snipes. We we always try to do super fun and different stuff. Like, oh, this speaking of Eldritch Foundry here, what we're going to be doing is we've been sculpting these, and we've actually been coming up with the uniform designs for our University of Swampton Crocs. We've got a mascot, right? Recoil. We have a uniform design. We even have the fight song. So yeah, we've been making those in Eldritch Foundry, and that hopefully will be coming to the stream. I don't know about this coming Saturday, possibly for our fabulous college football Saturdays. Let me mix a little of that in there. And again, this is our ambient waves here. Notice a different angle, right? A much shallower angle than the bow crest there. And if you check out the with the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that's where you're gonna find some of our previous ships that we painted. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads, but there are playlists, and that actually is going to help you find what it is that you're looking for. Because remember, we can't do highlights anymore on the Twitch channel. Now let's get the stern turn a whole lot lighter here. Much lighter. Again, while we are letting the pin line washes have a chance to set there, they're not going to dry, they're going to set. Oh, and of course, Camda, we're going to be waiting a while on that cadmium red to dry. Yeah, additional alkyds or no additional alkyds, we're going to be waiting a while for that to dry. So again, there's a much lighter action here on that stern. Much lighter. Oh, and by the way, 53 minutes ago, how much paint was on this thing? Well, there was none. There was dark blue primer. That's about it. There was none, not a zilch paint on this thing less than an hour ago. Some of these got to go all the way. There we go. It's like some of these got to go all the way to the edge of the base. There is a little bit of thinner in this to kind of help us see, kind of help it move along a little bit more there. Most of the what's not an alkyd on here? I think almost everything on here is an alkyd this time around. Now again, that does, as we saw with CAD, the alkyds make a difference as far as color intensity goes. I mean, there has to be. There's no way that it couldn't make a big difference. And again, many thanks to Darley Creepshow for the raid. We appreciate that. Hopefully everybody who is not already following Darley Creepshow has done that. More of this in here. That's phthalo green. To try and it's all too much phthalo green. Let's okay. Let me put that Prussian blue. Prussians are like, wait a minute. Excuse me. What? It's phthalo green. No Prussian blue. There we go. Again, you can start to see even more of that the sea foam. Get this. Maybe use more of a thinner too. I need that to get. Yeah, I need that to get right up against the hole there. Better. Starboard side. Yeah, these are all from Coco's models, my mini factory. There are fleet packs, not plaques. Although you could probably mount them on a plaque if you wanted. But there are fleet packs. There are also individual ships, and there's some that the only way you're going to get your hands on them is as individual ships. And I mean, no surprise, they tend to be your hero ships or your unicorns, as in, like, say, H class, Montana class. And folks are like, what in the world is a unicorn ship? Well, that would be a ship that was never built. A ship that was just on the drawing board and never made it to a naval yard. Because generally, the design probably was already obsolete by the time the designs were submitted. Because naval architecture changed a whole bunch, not just from World War I to World War II, but from 1935 to attack from 1940 to 1940. I mean, there was big changes in naval architecture. And remember, different countries built their ships depending on maybe what theater they were going to operate in. So ships designed to pretty much only operate in the Mediterranean were designed one way. German ships tended to be very not top heavy because they figured they were mostly going to operate in, say, the North Atlantic, Bering Sea, Baltic Sea, places where they were, especially certain times of year, the entire superstructure was going to be covered in potentially thousands of tons of ice. Yeah, just imagine yourself, you're some guy, a crew member on a ship like this, and you got to climb all the way up there to be knocking ice off of the superstructure. Because guess what? A couple thousands of tons of ice on your superstructure in heavy seas will make for a rough ride at the very least. A rough ride? Yeah, they'll have to see the ship's dentist, right, Camda? Hit the other crane there. So yeah, we're really starting to get this laid out. Once again, we don't see quite as much of the shiny stuff. Then we're going to try and do some lighter stuff on the deck as well. Thought I almost lost sight of this one. We'll bring this back here. To again lighten up some of the camo here. We are going to hit that with some of our rust effects, but that's more like an hour, close to hour 3 kind of a thing. We don't need that turquoise up there. Let's get rid of that. Also, get rid of that. put in a little bit of our. There is this line down here. There's not much of it, but there is some. And we'll let the wave crests cut into that. Let's get this forward here. Okay, there you go. Now you can see it. I do believe we have at least one of these 1800 scale ships that is part of our Patreon series. Part of our, painting small scale, which, again, also, too, we do these things as well on our Armada Mondays. Things like, say, that. Where's our Tau ships? Over there we go. So yeah, that's some of the other stuff that we have done on our Armada Monday. Valfira, I know that you and Kathy's they are not huge fans of those, right? Not huge fans at all. It's about it's like the mustard of pills, right? Right, Valfira. It just creates issues. So great to see you there, Valfira. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to do anything with the airbrush outside today. Maybe tomorrow. Well, it is almost Halloween, right, Camda? Oh, and that is the other thing too. I have been trying to prepare. Remember all of those Isengard Urukai, because we need to do those anyway, and October is coming, so yeah. Camdy, you might as well just have a sink in the room with you, right? At that point. You've heard of bringing the kitchen sink, but that's not quite what you had in mind, right? Now, of course, much like our college football Saturday, it seemed like our football Sunday was highly unorthodox, with at least 70% of all kicks blocked. At least it seemed that way. I think there's going to be some special teams units that might be going through a little extra practice. I wouldn't be surprised. They would come up with the most insidious ways, right, Valfair, of taking you out. They certainly wouldn't make it obvious. It's kind of like a Soviet spy type of thing there. Let me see if we can get that to mix together there. Whoops, not with that. Not with that. We'll just get rid of that super quick like. Now I'm going to get me some of our, here, let's maybe just use this guy, squeegee, whatever thinner's in there, out of there. Bring in the Prussians and the phthalo green. And now we'll do this out here on the end, essentially kind of a dry brush type of thing. Darker that gets, right, the lighter the churn gets. So, Mr. Snipes, hopefully you've had a chance to do some painting yourself here over the last few months. I realize that the streams have been starting really, really late. That just kind of is the way of things for right now. If I can start the Friday stream earlier, then and again, it wouldn't be a lot earlier, it would just be a little bit earlier. I'll try. Saturday streams are still just going to be later. So Velfira, I sent. Oh, actually, I think I only sent it to Recoil so far. I did work on the uniform for the Swampton Crocs. There you are. That's fantastic, Mr. Snipes. Actually, Mr. Snipes, if you want to share some of that in the chat there, please go ahead. So yeah, Velfira, I'll try to get you. Again, it was just kind of an early little thing, and I'm mostly just going to have to, again, I just kind of was using it as a bit of a reference. It was really hard to get anything that was precise. Recoil was able to make some fantastic fight songs. So that is very much appreciated. And it really, it's all about the spirit of Swampton, right? Right, Recoil. More of that lighter stuff out to the edge here, kind of breaking that up. And of course, well, we cover it all on the Wampleville Sports Network. We have one of the finest TV studios that you're ever going to see. Look at that. Does it get any better than the Wampleville Sports Network covering the APCC? And look at that. There's your Swampton Crocs sitting there in first. Maybe it's because they haven't played any games, right? That was a preseason poll. Yeah, we know how effective the preseason polls have been. Now the APCC preseason polls work a little bit differently. Kind of works a bit like the NIL, right, Velfira? If you're willing to trade in that student endowment or something like that, well, your ranking can go from a 3 to the top spot, just like that. There we go. Okay. Now let's see if we can do the same on this wave here. Looks like it. Yeah. As again, these waves are actually physically sculpted. They are not just we're not just painting the waves on. They're actually for real. Let me get some of this. Actually, I should probably dump some thinner on a few of these, like those two. There we go. So we are going to try to do ourselves. Let's see if we can do some of the lighter deck plank in here. I'm not so sure that stuff is set enough, but let's see. I think maybe some of the like the boat deck and some of our upper. Yeah, we can get to some of that at least. Whoop, back over here. Of course, this cannot have too much thinner in it either, since, well, what did we just put on there? Something that was super thin. So let's not go too thin with that. Everybody check out that link there that Mr. Snipes just posted. So glad you're able to do some of that, Mr. Snipes. Yep. Let's get this lighter stuff out here. So again, I'm still seeing. See up here we can do it. I still think aft we need to, maybe because we're holding it like this, and a lot of our glazy stuff is kind of headed astern there. Now we're going to be using, say, the dirty down stuff or whatever for that, Mr. Snipes. We did just do a Patreon video, and it was all about the blood gore, and we did several different ways. We used the dirty down. We also did the resin thing over there. So great to see you there, Landrast. Now, Landrast, I know it wasn't movie night tonight, but what movie do you have scheduled for Thursday? So great to see you there, Landrast. Come on, there we are. Now, the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure, as in the newest of the new Wapelius Spellbrush figures, that is now up on the YouTube channel. So again, great to see you, Landrast. Nope. We gotta go over here. More by the forecastle there to get our lighter stuff. Oh, that sounds very interesting there, Mr. Snipes. Very interesting. Let me see. I guess this is, it's sort of like that time in between when college football starts and when college football ends. And there's that very dark time in between. From, say, late January into late August, the time of great darkness and sorrow. Let me see if we can bring some light into this deck here, and we'll be going lighter than that too. That's fantastic, Mr. Snipes. It is a very interesting substance for sure, and again, I think it's more interesting when you're trying to actually film with it than if you were to just use it, say, in peace and quiet, and not be trying to film with it at the same time. That's much easier, I think. Well, I guess there would be Halloween movies, right? Landress, and then your holiday movies and all that kind of stuff coming out. I mean, I don't know if it's just basically an endless string of horror movies until, say, Halloween, and then it starts to switch towards holiday style movies. I don't know. Asking me about anything in movie theaters is probably not a great plan. I think the last time I was in one was 2018. So yeah, probably not gonna have the finger on the pulse of the cinema, as they might call it. Mr. Snipes, that's not a bad idea. Also, Mr. Snipes, as we learned in the video, that the slightest breeze, as in, but you might want to also stop breathing there, Mr. Snipes, because even the slightest breeze, you also don't want to eat too many chocolate-covered raisins, because the slightest breeze is going to take that dirty down, especially if you got a really long blood drip or something like that, or saliva drip. It's going to take that and it's going to travel. Well, that would just be every day. That would be, we would need a home theater for that, Landrast. Hopefully you can still see some, like you say, some more of like your normal regular stuff too. Get me more of that coat regular. There you go. So again, you can see, and once again, all this has a chance to set. Then we're going to try and do some of our weathering as well. I mean, we don't want it to look like some kind of rusted Hulk. That's not what it would be. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, that stuff, you don't time that with a stopwatch. You time that with like an atomic clock because that's the only thing that can record the microseconds. Now you can also, you bring it maybe bring it down to a point, like say on the base or something like that. You'd let it just attach to the base to anchor it there, and then you can kind of cut that, and then of course you can add some other type of blood drips to it. So you use the dirty down really to just kind of create the lattice work, and that's what we did in that video. Then actually to always some of the green stuff were a blood effect and kind of painted that on it. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, I've got a bunch of other things that we're intending to use the saliva drip stuff on. That might be easier because it really is. It's going to have more like attachment points to it, where blood drips are just kind of gravitationally challenged. So I think maybe your slime slash saliva stuff, it's going to kind of attach basically top of the jaw to the bottom of the jaw, and that might make things a whole lot easier. Right, Arid, how you doing? So, Arid, hopefully things are better there with mom and such, or mom-in-law, I guess. And I now you didn't do a makeup stream or anything like that on Sunday, did you, Arid? I hopefully you're still on target for doing your Friday slash Saturday streams this weekend. Of course, if you want to share your Pinterest links like usual, please go ahead. Did we get the? No, we did not. This sneak that in there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised here with all the stuff going on. Right, thank you so much, Voodoo Turtle. Appreciate that. Uh, you're not gonna call me a jet ski, are you? Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I was thinking surfboards and stuff, but jet ski is really cool because, you don't like end up face down as much on the water. That can hurt. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 here for Voodoo Turtle? Ooh, that was pretty close. If it just turned a little bit more. Got stopped just short of a 6. Not a bad roll for Voodoo Turtle. Thank you so much, Turtle. Appreciate that. Everybody check out the Pinterest link that Iridicam Wave just shared. And then why don't you also do the follow thing with Iridicam Wave. And you'll still be working on the Gundam, right? I know you calculated at least maybe 2 to 3 more stream cycles on that project there. I'm guessing that that also remains the same for obvious reasons. So hopefully things are at least, if they're not, say, a whole bunch better, they're at least a little more stabilized, a little less coming and going and to-ing and fro-ing and all that other sort of stuff that generally impedes streaming. Couple more bits of that. That's about all I can do there. Then we have to get back out here. We have to start maybe thinking about some of our weathering stuff. We are 1 hour 20 minutes in. See if we can't squeeze a little bit more of our lighter stuff there. Now again, top of our turrets here. Let me see. I don't know if we can really go a whole bunch darker than that. We might have to just at least get a light gray in here. First though, let's try this. Yes, we can get a little, not necessarily darker. We actually put some of our basic little bit of indigo in there that kind of doesn't just make it darker, gives it a little different color temperature also. Okay, that's fantastic there, Arid. Very nice of you to be doing all that. What are we doing here? We're going to get that going. Let me see if we can get the interior here solidified. Some of our lighter deck color got on that. Got things are a little bit better there, Arid. When everything is just super open-ended like that, right? And you're just not quite sure what's going to be coming next. Square that off a little more. Also, there. Okay. Did we do our... Oh, we have to redo the lighter stuff here in the superstructure as far as our dazzle camo. Okay, well that's I know there's a whole kind of thing unto itself, right, Arid? That sort of deal there. Yeah, the initial stuff is crazy enough, and then there's that, which might actually be more frustrating. At least potentially. Oh, look at this, Camden. We got to get some later stuff on the sponsons. It is almost sponson time, Camden. It is almost sponson time. No problem there, Recoil. No problem. And again, hello to Mom, hello to Squeak. There we are, we're doing that again. Now, I still keep thinking about that ice cream maker there. The soft serve ice cream maker, Recoil. That could be a very fun implement to have. Irid, I almost wonder. Hopefully, something like that also kind of encourages a more active lifestyle. Yeah, that all of a sudden the physical therapy becomes more of a habit instead of something where you have to really consciously think, okay, I need to exercise or whatever. This is an exercise channel, right, Recoil? Well, it is well beyond just an exercise and painting channel. It's an omni channel, right? Right, Recoil. Well, I think Well, then, Arid, maybe that will lead to an even faster recovery. I know, well, for my sister, one of the reasons why the recovery has gone faster is because maybe when it wasn't super fun, when things were going on, exercise was done as much as possible. I mean, this is an exercise channel here. In addition to everything else. And by exercise, really mean more like exercise that's going to kind of improve the immune system and all that other kind of stuff. There's a lot of side benefits there. I know that the whole weight reduction thing tends to be the main focus, but really that is not the most important thing. I don't even know if that's the third most important thing. Because you can be super skinny and also super out of shape. Let's get the. Wait, we need to get a little more of our lighter gray here also into this part of the superstructure. Oh, look at that. Is it any wonder why this radar got taken out by the very first salvo? So Grand Oracle, yeah. Unfortunately, this had been around a while, and all of the masts apparently over time have all been they've all been broken off. Grand Oracle. We could use a little bit of the ship's grog right here, Grand Oracle, for sure. And Arid, they don't necessarily also too. They can be pretty darn well. They can be aggressive. They can also be really strong, right, Arid? It's like they have no idea of kind of the force that they are using. I think you mentioned that a couple of times. I think, Arid. Recoil more ninja, more better, right? So yeah, Grand Oracle. Now next week, H is going to be involved. It's either going to be HMS Hood or it's going to be the first of the H-class ships. So one or the other of those, I believe, Grand Oracle, for next week. So Camden, well, one of the things lately, especially given the streaming and not being over till almost 5 o'clock in the morning, one of the things I do is actually, as I'm sitting there by the microwave, by the cutting board with food in front of me, I'll have the Pilates bar. I think that's what, a 40-pound strength or something like that. And we'll generally do like 200 to 220, 240 lifts with that. Now, then we got the 10-pound weight, and that's not really for lifts. That's more for kind of having it behind my back, trying to do the other parts of the muscles that just the straight up lifting of the Pilates bar is not going to take care of. And obviously, since we are hunched over here for 4 to 6 hours doing a stream, that is very key to basically kind of uncorking that pretzel, right, Camda? Yeah, Mr. Snipes, when it gets to be like that, and then also too, you kind of have your head on a swivel because you're like, what's that noise in the kitchen? Does somebody have a kitchen knife or something like that, and they're fixing to carve a turkey that's not there. So every sound in the house, right, Mr. Snipes, you're just like, yeah, you can't just say, okay, that was a cat or something like that. Nope, that could have been something else. Yeah, Arid, you wouldn't think that you need to put, what the heck is that called? The club, right? That you put that on the steering wheel. Generally, that you don't need that for other family members. That's usually for people that are generally strangers. But strange times call for strange measures. Yeah, Mr. Snipes, I guess it's not going to be quite as simple as just putting a bell on him like a cat. Actually, that's a very good idea there, Eric, because I know a family that they regretted not doing something like that. They had considered it, and no guarantee it would have actually helped, but it certainly wouldn't have hurt. So that's not a bad plan. And then if you also have mischievous pets, well, then so much the better. So again, we're getting some of our upper sponsons now here up on the stack. Grant Orico, what's crazy is they didn't have the shipyards or even the steel to build them, right, Grant Orico? And actually, Grant Orico, the other ship that I want to get, and of course it's one of the unicorn. Well, it's not necessarily a unicorn ship. It's part unicorn, but the Graf Zeppelin, which they essentially made Grant Orico with like some stolen drawings or like little, like basically napkin sketches that officers drew when they were there for say like a fleet review or something in the 1930s. That level of madness, as far as we have no idea how to actually build an aircraft. That aircraft carrier, it almost had like Scharnhorst level guns on it. I mean, it was kind of like, well, the early was it Lexington slash Saratoga class that basically had cruiser guns on it. Literally the same turrets they put on cruisers went on those ships, which I mean, when you see pictures of them, it's really wild. Yeah, they did try to. Well, the other thing is the aircraft, right, Grant Orico? They were trying to modify Stukas, which were massive, super heavy planes, not exactly designed for carrier takeoff and landing. And then they tried to modify 109s. Oh, actually, Grant Oracle, I don't know if you were in the stream. I don't think you heard earlier. But on Instagram, what popped up was a very ingenious little thing where somebody took, it was just an ME 109, but they painted it in Red Baron color scheme. And I actually have a 148 scale 262, and now there's a part of me that actually wants to paint that in the Red Baron color scheme. And of course, I mean, inter-service rivalry is a thing, but boy, it kind of it took new proportions there, didn't it? Right, Grand Oracle. I mean, without a doubt. And of course, Grand Oracle, we were talking earlier about the fairy swordfish, essentially motorized kites that were actually more effective carrier aircraft than many others. Now, of course, the British had a very different philosophy when it came to aircraft carrier design. They sacrificed the number of aircraft to have armored flight decks. So that was their aircraft carriers had nowhere near the capacity. And of course, you poke a couple holes in that flight deck, well, it's time to head back to port. You're not doing a Yorktown at Battle of Midway, right, Grant Orico, with an armored flight deck? So seeing a bit there, Grand Oracle. See you in a bit. Let me get a few other little smarts. So again, this is that is 1 hour 35 minutes in. That's it. Where's one of our? Where's our? So again, there is our graph spay. So we're gonna start doing in some of those smaller things. You can kind of see some of the little bits of weathering on there. I'm just waiting for that to set a little more before we fool around with that. So see you later there, Ariad. See you in a bit. Have a great kind of a cleansing there. So Rico, I think all it's going to be after the stream tonight is more of the eggs again. I think that's what we'll have to be doing. And I didn't. Well, we'll have to get the taters tomorrow. Them's taters, right? Recoil. Let's see. Yeah, recoil. Oh gosh. Have you ever seen it? It's a documentary called World War Weird Recoil. And one of the things was the using cats and basically strapping them to bombs because the idea was that the cats would see a dry place to land and they would twist around and that would basically make the bomb land on a ship instead of just in the water. That actually they gave up on it because the cats, huge surprise, they would pass out because that whole lack of oxygen thing and the idea they're falling 18,000 feet. Minor details, right? Well, you can boil and mash them and put them in a stew. Oh, that's right. You can do that with taters also. I want to get me some little subwaves in there. Little subwaves, and not as in like U-boat subwaves. Just little smaller waves in here. Like so, breaking that up a little bit. Let me get this a little lighter in here. So we'll wait, I think, till hour 2 to start messing around with with all the weathering stuff. Let's wait. Let's make sure that this is really set before we screw around with that. Again, trying to get our prototypical camo pattern. I mean, this is the pattern that I don't know, was I 8 or 9 years old when I first was drawing and painting this particular camo pattern here. Oh, let's lighten this up here. And again, for the Thursday stream, we're going to see if we can't turn this into a more horizontal composition and paint that up on the stream. I think we're going to have a little bit of a pause in the multiscape. Mostly because I'm not going to have any more raw material to work with. And yeah, then maybe some more of our. Actually, I have a really interesting painting of this that I might try to do also for our 2D Thursdays there, flat Thursdays. Yeah, recoil. It was they would get a little food reward, right? And actually, I think it did actually work if I remember right. I mean, it wasn't exactly laser technology accuracy, but there was at least something controlling it. Actually, recoil, given some of the weird things that have happened with GPT and all that other kind of stuff, I would almost say that that would be that's more of a smart missile than what we have now. At least given all the crazy responses that I've gotten over the last week or so. And apparently there was some kind of big changes made to GPT for GPT-5. I'll tell you some of that because there was a video that popped up when I was trying to find stuff on Meshi. It's usually people use bird brain as an insult, right, Camda, but not in that case. Let me look at that. There's another sponson over there. More sponsons for Camda. Actually, that might have been World War Weird. The more you're talking about that, Rico, all those same things were on World War Weird. Of course, I think they also featured Churchill's Toy Shop because that was definitely a thing. There were the rats with explosives in them that they would use. They would chuck those into, say, like maybe a smelting plant or something like that. You know, where you've got the furnaces, and they would just say, "Oh, well, there was a rat in the coal. We shoveled the coal like it told us to into the furnace, and it went boom." Yeah, there was all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me see if I can't. No. We need more of this light here. That is going right up there on that superstructure, and then here on the stack. Let's make that lighter. This lighter over here too. Oh, look at that. Our sponson even gets a little bit more of that light there. Go back to our, and then we'll also grab our fast matte white, which keep forgetting to go back to Dick Blick to see if maybe they don't still actually have a tube or two of that around. Or Jerry's Artorama, that's right. That's what I keep forgetting to do. Well, desperation is the mother of invention, right, Camda? That would explain about 75% of all of the discovered techniques here, right? And materials. And that really would not actually be facetious right there. I mean, kind of like us versus big acrylic, right, Rico? You'll find out that big acrylic will do all kinds of dastardly things just to survive. Let me do this here. Now, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you said, I'm pretty sure you haven't seen the latest video there, but boy, there's definitely there were some lessons learned. At least recoil, I know now exactly what it means when it says show bones. Now that's part of the, is that only part of the paid version there, recoil? And recoil, yeah, that was the other surprise thing. It's like, Wait a minute, you can have a bass under the plinth? Yeah, that kind of changed everything. Let me do some of that right there on the edge again of our, and then we're going to try and get some, I think, lighter stuff on the deck planking as well, where possible. Lighten up these a little. I recognize those words, recoil. Actually, recoil, I'm pretty sure this is almost the same for you, but I've been listening to just songs that we have made so much that I'm having a hard time sometimes distinguishing. Okay, this lyric. It's like, oh no, that's ours. That's not. That's just not a regular song. And again, Rico, thanks for doing those fight songs. Needless, it was super helpful because when I was trying to edit the video last night, there was there was a little bit of barking because the computer was being, well, a computer, and that the only reason that computer was not in 1,000 pieces with a hammer was probably because of the theme songs there, or the fight songs. Yeah, let's light up you a little too back there, and now let me see what I can do with this to finalize the edges on that. I shall try to lighten these up now, these waves back here. Come on, there we go. Some more of the little minor waves. It's pretty wild, right, Rico? Because you can just be in the mood for something and you say, I'm in the mood for this type of song. You can never necessarily find the right type that's just out there. So you just say, I'm going to just make one. I've actually gotten kind of spoiled, Recoil. It's like now if it doesn't have the exact whatever that I want, I'm just like, nah, I don't want to listen to that. It's not exactly what I want. That is not one of the things I expected to have happen. Let's lighten up this part of our water over here again. Same thing right along here. There. Okay, I'm going to change my focus just a smidge here to drop it down some. There we go. Yeah, recoil, that definitely has to be a paid version kind of thing. Because when I'm in an advanced mode, I can put in the lyrics and that's about it. And then there's those few little, what does it say? Whatever. There's few little choices they give you. That's about all I can do is click on those. And it disobeys most of those anyway. Camda, I've got a bunch more for you, and I mean by a bunch, I mean probably 2 dozen more that you've never heard. Camda, I actually have a song for Bismarck already. It was one of the very first ones that I did. It was one of the very first ones that I did. So yeah, there's actually a Bismarck theme song. So when this gets posted to probably Instagram or something like that, I'll just, it always wants music, right? I'm gonna use that. And then, of course, there's the much more highly specialized Army showcase vids, like you were talking about, like the Dark Queen Schmaladriel Army. That's why I've been printing up all that terrain camda, and that's why I've been like the dwarves. When I saw, okay, I need me more dwarves so that I can do the Khazad-dûm video, and I've got, believe it or not, I've got like 5 Khazad-dûm songs. I mean that it kind of makes sense. Recoil. I mean, when you think, I mean, obviously it would, you would want it to be. Let me get that radar lightened up a little more. We'll have to restore some of our portals there too. Let's lighten this up. On the superstructure there, superstructure here. There we go. And of course, Camda, that's what a lot of the animations were for. And of course, things like that image right there. And here we go. And things like that. That's all for those for the vids. And where's there? Oh, here he is. Yeah, this guy right here, because he was super fun. That's actually one of our miniatures, basically fooling around amongst our terrain. Yeah, Recoil, I downloaded those. I haven't had a chance to hear those. I figured that's something that I could be listening to tonight. And Recoil, I just figured I could use multiple BSG songs because we're going to be doing so many ships that it might actually be more than I can just squeeze into one vid. So, come on, let me get some of that lighter knotwood color on there. So yeah, Cam, I'll try to get you some of the songs. There's really one of my BSG songs that actually there's 2 of them. They have very different feel to them for sure. For the most part, working with the Sky Reels version and just a 200 character prompt, but some in Suno have been successful where it actually writes up the rules. I actually did my first kind of comedy type song a couple weeks ago. Let me take phthalo green, some of their sky blue. Let me see what happens with that. Might need to go a little lighter with it. So we'll take some of you. Let's do some of this. And the water here was sculpted with the heavy gloss gel. Yeah, that was definitely a Bear McCreary trademark, right? Recoil, the Japanese drums. It was one of my favorite things for sure about the BSG music. Again, trying to get some of that lighter turquoise down here, and then we might kind of go the other way then and put some darker stuff with some interrupt waves in here. Let me get rid of this. Prussian blue, phthalo green, more phthalo green, I guess. And And that is going to go here. So again, now we're doing kind of an opposite thing here. Sort of cutting into some of the ways we're kind of darkening those up. Also a little bit of wet blending over there because oils. Starboard side now. Starboard side. Now I think I might try to catch our edge along there too here in a sec maybe. Prussian blue and maybe some of our Payne's gray. A little more thinner, I guess. Oh, there we go. There you go. Just a little tiny touch more thinner. That's what we needed. Now, Andres, do you have any of the crew over there with you tonight, or is that going to be more for the Friday, Saturday extravaganzas? Not. Yeah, let's go back over to this. Over there, maybe. Okay, so see how that kind of now sets it into the water just a little bit more? Land dress, hopefully having some fun with those. Where's my, here it is. So this again is our not blackest black. I'm gonna do this, again I'm trying to give the stuff up here a little more time to set because we want to do at least some darker kind of weathering type stuff here. So this is, again, I have to do it anyway because I need to see what this looks like minus all of this overflow here. It actually does help a bunch when we don't have all that overflow. See, I got a bunch of it over here. Let's get rid of that. Same deal up here. And then ultimately we use something like the actual blackest black there. And then actually I gotta get me more magnet sheets because I pretty much I was trying to magnetize them all. Oh yeah, that's right, for Gen Con I was trying to magnetize a bunch of the ships, and I pretty much used all of my sheet magnets. So right there, you see that's a sheet magnet there. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that for magnetizing the ships. I mean, you're literally just like, okay, cut out a piece of magnet, stick it on the bottom of the base there, done. All done. Now, we will take our darker. Actually, I am going to get some thinner sitting on that. Here's a little bit of our Van Dyke brown. And again, some of our darker rust color. Now, that is the whatever from that is Paul Rubens. It is this one here, one of these guys. Oh yeah, red ochre, which is pigment red 101. We are all pigment red 101, right? Right, Camda? All of us pigment red 101. Every color, every person is all pigment red 101. Now, in we go with a little something right there. See that? Here along the torpedo blister, that would be a good place for maybe a smidge of weathering there. Like you do. It's a pin line wash like what we did with the darker stuff, however, a whole lot less of it. Much less of it, in fact. Now on our crane here, I think we'll get some around the base of that crane. A little bit along the catapult there. Maybe some up here at the top of the stack. And all we're doing is just kind of touching the brush on there. And then it flows, it goes where it wants. Some of that here. And then we have to get some kind of lighter gray. That will be the next target there on our turrets. Top side of the turrets. Nope. Take some of this. Down you go. And just like you see the vehicle guys do, then we go in and manipulate that. Man, oh man, those guys, nothing like taking a 3-step process and making it a 27-step process. It's always crazy to watch, right, Camda? I'll see all this stuff that they're doing. I'm thinking, you don't need to do 90% of all that stuff. That is just superfluous. That's the word of the day. More here. Who would have known this is also a language channel? It's an English lit channel. There you go. I'm going to get me some of this now in the anchor chains. Too bad we don't have any of our fabulous mooring cleats to do some rest from either. We'll have to get some more of our lighter. Yes. Oh, definitely have to get some more of our lighter gray astern there, I believe. Yep. So yeah, Cam, I'll try to get you some of the songs there. I've got to photograph my backdrop. Well, paint the backdrops first, then photograph the ships on those backdrops. Then go into the GPTs to turn them into something. I think I actually might have sent you one of those photos, Camda. I think I sent it. I know I sent it to you, Recoil, right? Where it was. I think it was the Ranger class battleship. And that I actually basically took a ship or a picture of it like this, and I said, look, turn it into, give it something that's got more of that cinematic lighting, and make it look more real. And it didn't do too bad. It doesn't understand what some of the shapes are, though. Unfortunately. Now again, that's a somewhat lighter rust right there. We'll do some of that right in here. Some of that over here. You know what? I'm going to get me some of that back there. And then we'll have some of that crossover in front of the lighter parts of our camo there. Also here, definitely around your anchor, going to get some of that. That is way too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. That was a good idea. Oh, another song I'll have to send. I think I might have sent it to you, Camda. The song about the sailor and the tempest. That was something I did for a friend there. Where some difficult things are going on, and that was kind of like their little personal, basically like their own personal little fight song. Oh, and then the last train song, right? Recoil. I know I sent you that one. I don't know if I sent you that one, Recoil. I'll try to remember. All right, let me get to here. This brush. Start doing some finer stuff. I was using basically it's one of these, but it's beat up and it's not really it's one of those not frontline service anymore type of brushes. It's kind of been beat up a little bit too much. So now it can kind of does some secondary work like some highly controlled weathering and such. Now trying to get this kind of warmer mid-range gray for some stuff on our turrets here. Plus the barrels. They can't all just be the dark. Yeah, so I'll try to send you that a couple of those Camda, because let's just say those have gotten a lot of listens. All right, and we'll do this one too here. All along the top of the turret here. That's gonna go out to there. No, we didn't get this one. Let's do that. One of the difficult things it seems, Rico, is to not get it to use modern instruments when I wanted to use essentially, you know, say middle age instrument or even just something from more acoustic or something like that. It doesn't seem to do that. It goes right to the kind of electronic type stuff. So there we go. Okay, so now I can kind of see what's going on with the barrels a little more. They were just a little too just with the one value, and that's it. Now, of course, we don't want to get too light either. Trying to strike a balance. And then we can only do so much with this. Then we got to leave these alone. We have to leave these set and then move on to something else. Okay, let's get our range finders here. Lighter on the ends of these barrels now. And I believe we are in hour number 2. Yes. Oh, yeah, we're in hour number 2. Get that. There we go. The rangefinder again.
So say we all.
Hey there, Renlor. Great to see you again. Great to see you there, Renlor. So, Renlor, do you got some stuff planned for the Tuesday paint club there? Great to see you there, Renlor. And Renlor, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Recoil. I actually asked it to do a hurdy-gurdy for that song that I sent you. That and there was you notice there was no hurdy-gurdy in there. There was supposed to be a hurdy-gurdy. I wanted that really bad, but no, that was not in there. So and I guess what is it? 4.5, right? Recoil. When you get the paid version there, at least I think so. So again, Renlor, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, Renlor, and sometimes again, even if it's something that is not meant for anything, right? Just to kind of keep the painting muscle memory all going up to the best shape possible. Yeah, that's always a very key thing. More light stuff up here. Well, not really lighted. It's a mid-tone. You could even say light middle tone, I guess. Nice to see there's surface tension. Surface tension, I looked all over the place in my Cults 3D. I didn't see those files. They might be my mini factory, but I didn't see them there either. Again, now I was looking on a different machine, so maybe if I look on a different machine, I'll find them there. It's just it's very irritating for sure. Well, of course, right? Recoil. It can't all just kind of work out, right? No, that is not it. That is not going to be it either. Not that one. Nope, not you either. I don't think so. Surface tension because they're 3D. Well, they wouldn't be removed because I can't find them in my own file stash. Surface tension. So, like in my mini factory, right? All I should have to do is just go, look at my files or shared with me. I'll just have to see if I can find it in the past orders or something. Because yeah, for whatever reason, it is not findable, and I don't really know why. It's kind of making things a little bit crazy there. Actually, surface tension right now, I am printing up the files that I made in the latest tutorial video, the busts there. Come on, that needs to be a little lighter back there. We shall see how those turn out. And of course, surface tension, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, surface tension, sorry about that, because I kind of need to find them myself, right? Just like we were talking about. It's going to be difficult to paint those if I can't find the files to print them. Huge surprise, right? That you actually have to be able to print them out to be able to paint them. It's a novel concept, I know. Now, surface tension, I was hoping that the printing of that was going okay. Right now, the printer is doing high resolution, ugly out cookie cutters. Obviously, a batch of those for me, but I'm also going to send them a batch off to Kathy's family so Kathy's sister can make ugly doll cookies. It's getting to be that time of year, right? Surface tension. When everybody's thoughts turn to, well, geez, we gotta make those holiday cookies. Let me change that down in there a little. Oh yeah, the portals, that's right. And yes, there are a few along the hole right here. Let's darken you up a bit. Oh, thanks, Mom. Appreciate that, Mom. Thank you so much, Mom. I hope that everything has been going great. But yeah, surface tension. There's because it had all of those, all the stuff that you and I've been looking for, and then some. So I really have to find it. As soon as I find it, surface tension, I'll get it to you. So thanks, Mom. That is going to help a bunch. Let's see. Renlor, I don't know. I have searched for things by actually. I was trying to search the how-to videos for, say, Meshi and stuff like that, based on date, because the way they change these things so often, like Chitubox, right? Armored Wolf, if it's not like from last week, it's useless. So again, thanks, Mom. That is going to be a big, big, big help for sure. Because, well, we're tearing through, unfortunately, our supply of the acrylic spray paint stuff because, well, we've had some massive terrain projects. So that's going to help a bunch there, Mom. Now, and everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. I think you shared it, right, Surface Tension? I'm pretty sure that you did. Oops, that doesn't go there. Let me get rid of some of that. There we are, bringing back our darker stuff. The very distinctive squared off German turrets here. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So yeah, Surface Tension. I just don't know where in the world that is because I'm pretty sure that I actually got those, and they're not just say in my oh, what is that, in your collections, right? The ones where you haven't actually gotten them yet. Let's try to let's get this. Also that. Me darken up some of this edge again here. I think we need to still go a little lighter. Ooh, also maybe the barrels. Let me get this darker stuff on the barrels here. The magic circumstance surface tension is the second I don't need it, is almost literally the second that I find it. There was the stuff that, oh yeah, around my niece's wedding there. I told my sister, I said, I guarantee you, now that I have repurchased this thing that I have not been able to find, I will find it within 2 days after the wedding. I was totally wrong. I totally lied. It took 48 hours instead of 24. So I was very much off. I was very wrong. And it took 48 hours to find it. And the only reason I found it was because of the flood, because I was moving stuff around. And I went, what the heck is in this box? Oh, yeah. How did it get into this box? Because it wasn't, it was not even part of that area that was affected. I was just moving stuff out of my way so I could have room to work. Now we're trying to lighten up the edge here of this turret. I was joking, surface tension. It actually basically happened on the video that I was filming last night. When I'm looking around in the Eldritch Foundry software going, wait a minute, I know this is in this section right here. Well, it was. I basically clicked on it about 4 times, not realizing that was the thing that I wanted. Minor details. Now again, here we'll get this a little bit lighter right on the ends. I'll drop maybe a little bit of on the end of each section of the barrel here. And then more out there on the end of the actual barrel. Now you can actually see the shape there a little bit more. What are we doing? Okay, I'll maybe throw a little bit of this on these range finders here. Or, man, it's almost getting to be too light. That is borderline too light on there. So, again, appreciate that, and I hope that Squeak is doing well. Maybe better than the neighbor's dog, who was so desperate to say hello to me. She must have either got a paw caught in the fence or something, but the neighbor was convinced that Lulu had gotten some kind of splinters or something. So I basically had to play vet there for about a half an hour to say, well, yeah, there is definitely no splinter there. I just said, if you had a splinter, say, in your toe, would you be just walking around like that and not trying to get that splinter out of your toe as fast as possible? Nice to see you there, Pendrake. Nice to see you. Pendrake, it would, I am tempted, maybe even with this one here, just for fun, to see, since a lot of the turrets and even the bridge is actually separate pieces. I was thinking of actually printing the hull in the .08 FDM, and then printing all of like the turrets and such on the resin printer. And again, they're so even at 1/700th scale, these turrets wouldn't be all that much bigger. They would maybe be 3 times that size at most. So that could be interesting. Either that or, let's see, because these are 1/1800 scale. Even if we went to 1/1000 scale, 1/700 probably would reveal the lack of detail on these things. Because again, not meant to be 1/700 scale. So it is definitely a full-on battleship. Because, well, again, at 53,000 tons, one of the largest ones. pretty much, oh, well, let's say, I think even Roma was not 50 some odd thousand tons. It may have been close, but there is Roma. Again, they're almost the same size. Actually, Roma almost has a wider beam than Bismarck does. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow if you could. Wrong one. Here it is. So here's your Deutschland class recoil, all 12,000 tons of it right there. So there is your pocket battleship, and again, much like Stug's, right? If they had just kind of said, you know, we're just going to make like a bazillion Stugs and some PZ4s, that probably would have been a much better idea. Now, Pendrake, one of the things, it's either going to be Hood for next stream, or it's going to be one of the H-class ships. And I don't think it's the most gigantic of the projected H-class. It's going to be kind of, essentially, I believe it's the next step up from the Bismarck slash Tirpitz class. So, Inganes, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because Inganes also paints miniatures with the oils. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. I think Camda, you had a chance to post your stuff, right? Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow also. Everybody, check out that Instagram link there that Inganes just shared. Ooh, that's getting too late. That is getting too late. Let's back away from that. That is more like it. Yeah, like that. Nice to see you there, Slang. So, Sleepy Slang, if you wish to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Slang. Come on. Straighten up there. I think, okay, that's better. We almost forgot this up into the boat deck, but we didn't. Ah, that's fantastic, Camja. And everybody check out the Instagram link that Sleepy Slang just posted. So great to see you again there, Slang. And hopefully things are still improving, even if it's just little by little. Hopefully they're getting better. Come on, there we go. Yeah, so yeah, they were the Navy was expecting, oh, you know, maybe we start this thing in 1944 or 43 at the very earliest, maybe 45 or 46. And they went, nah, let's it'll be fantastic if we just started like now. And they went, wait, what? Even that remember this the super snazzy sub, right, Pendrake? If they had just made those and Deutschland class ships, well, they didn't have the shipyards to build the H class anyway. Even if they took the French ones, they still didn't have shipyards to build something like that. Minor details, right, Pendrake? It takes steel. And when you need 120,000 tons of steel to make your ships, where's that a coming from? And exactly where you're going to make that thing that doesn't attract a whole lot of attention, like, I don't know, from bombs. Always minor details. Actually, Slang, I had to do a little physical therapy on the knee there between all the Gen Con stuff and then heaping tons more abuse on it with all of the home repair projects immediately thereafter. Yeah, we had to do a little bit of therapy. We're just finally kind of starting to get back to normal there. I mean, considering that I couldn't bend it at one point, to now the fact that I at least can do some running around, I'm obviously a lot easier getting up and down the stairs 40, 50, 60 times a day now than it has been. Actually, Slang, I got myself one of those anodyne things for the knee. I haven't actually had a chance to use that yet. Problem is, you have to be sitting down to use it, and it would be a little too distracting trying to use it while I'm streaming or filming. So that somewhat restricts its the possibilities for trying it out just yet. It was the standing on it for about 12 hours a day on concrete at Gen Con, accentuated by running around on the concrete, and then weeks and weeks and weeks of digging trenches, and then also probably uh, twisted it a little bit when I was trying to get underneath that table to do the patching on the wall that was where I had to crawl underneath a table that was built into the wall. So it's probably a combination of things. It's never just one thing. I mean, ideally, there would have been a little bit more rest for it after Gen Con, as opposed to pretty much like doing a second Gen Con right on top of Gen Con. So yeah, Slang, this is I think it's either 20 or 22 minutes. It's an unusual time for the automatic shut off. It also kind of does the pulsating stuff too, so not just the anodyne, and not just the infrared. What about fine? We'll have that go further back towards the turret there. Oh, that's right. Let me get some of our actual fast matte white out here, which should be this. It is that. There we go. We just spread some dirt on it, surface tension. Yep, just like you're playing baseball or football, just grab some dirt and put some dirt on there. That'll help it. Now this is going to be meant for our water here first. To try and really brighten up some of this. Kind of been trying to leave the water alone for the last 20-ish minutes or so. Again, to give that a chance to set more. Which I believe it has, for sure. More here. So hopefully all the printing stuff is going well there, Sleepy Slang. I did another video where we were making more Eldritch Foundry sculpts there. And it's barely scratching the surface on that. There is so much more stuff to learn and experiment with. So there we go. Okay, so now we've got that on the side of the ship a little bit lighter there, and we're going to do that on a bunch of these waves here. Again, we're on the crest of that wave. That certainly needs to be lit. There we go. That is the light that we needed. And some a little more here. So slang, everybody that I've talked to, they basically say this has the most options. There's another one too. There's a third one that a lot of folks use, but there's more as far as kind of the finer detail options and such. That's what most folks are telling me. And the last video I did, Sleepy Slang, basically was doing a likeness. So it was a bust, but we're actually using the facial controls not just to, okay, make it a bust, but actually to make it look as much like a photo as possible. Now I haven't used Hero Forge, so I can't say anything about that. I would need to use both of them before I could say anything about them. I was talking to folks that have used both, and also, oh gosh, I can't remember Titan something. Is that the other one? There's at least four kind of major ones that everybody talks about. The only two that really I would clearly be able to conjure up right away would be Hero Forge and this. So yeah, Sleepy Slang for all the painting lessons and stuff, it is incredibly valuable to be able to well, not just make the sculpt exactly like what you need for that lesson, but now the folks that say, well, but I really would like to paint that, but I don't have Arch Villain, or I don't have, I can't buy that file or that set of files. But if I just say, oh look, here's the STL, because I made it,
little hobbits, spark my gun.
that would probably be super helpful for a bunch of folks. Thank you so much, Critical Paint. Appreciate that. You shall not pass. Actually, see those little biplanes coming for? It's like, oh, what could they possibly do? He's like, you sure you're not gonna really do anything about those guys? Like, come on, they're string bags. They're like kites with engines on them. Yeah, they also do have those things called torpedoes. I want to look out for that. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here for Critical Paint Studios? Oh, there we go. That's it. This is a solid roll. Again, anytime Gandalf mentions pipeweed or something like that instead of that, we usually get something like that. So thank you so much, Critical Paint. Appreciate you doing the follow thing. So yeah, that's the main reason I was really hoping to get something like this. So okay, the oil paint class that I'll be doing at Adepticon next year. Among the many other things that people are getting, like the paint, like the brushes, and also a hard case that's gonna hold all that stuff in it for you. They are also getting, well, the STL file. Most classes, I'm pretty sure, not many painting classes are like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the STL file so you can make more. And that is a major option. Which again, I think Grand Oracle knows what the other one is, and it's Titan something. And apparently there's a couple for terrain also. Because I know you can't do terrain in Eldritch Foundry. Can you do terrain with the Hero Forge one, Sleepy Slang? But yeah, that is there's a couple out there that also where you can create terrain. Actually, Landris, that's what I should look into, Landris. I know there was the one that Grant Oracle sent me the link to for making the Hobbit terrain. Or or was it Doji? I think actually both of them sent me stuff where you could potentially make a hobbit hole with it. Titan Craft, okay. At least I wasn't that far off, right, Sleepy Slang? So thanks for looking that up, Slang. It was, I knew it had to be something like that. I'm pretty sure that I actually have looked at the Titan Craft one because that was the one I think that had the Hobbit hole. Now, Anvil, I don't think I've looked at that. Yeah, and of course, again, there's no other way we can make new Apellia Spellbrush sculpts, can we? Unless we're using that. And of course, this one is Indiana Apellia's there with the whip to try and fight off big acrylic. Gotta fight off big acrylic somehow. That was a little too much. Let me take away a little bit of that light. There we go. Now, of course, it's going to be more stylized along the lines of at least Artisan Guild. I mean, you could say that Titan Forge stuff is also kind of on the stylized side of things. I can only imagine the kind of crazy things that might pop up with that, right, right, Slang? And recoil, right? I mean, you've used it. When you get down into like the real weeds of those facial controls and stuff, you are moving stuff fractions of millimeters. Because that's generally what it takes for, say, something to go from a likeness to a, well, it kind of looks sort of like vaguely like somebody. Well, surface tension, if you could paint things faster, or print things faster, and obviously cure things and stuff, that would be interesting for a speed paint contest, wouldn't it? Where it's just literally a random figure, and everybody just, they're like, you have no idea what you're gonna get until you hit the random figure generator. And there we go. That's getting to be almost a little too light there. We're wandering closer towards getting a little too light on some of these edges here. Let's maybe a little bit on the barrels first. Ooh, yeah, let's hit this thing as well. Oh, but let's, I think now we can finally get to that lighter deck texture, or deck planking here. Let's do that. Yeah, surface tension, if you could just kind of like print stuff up. Now, it would take hours. Well, I guess maybe newer printers, I don't know, surface tension, newer printers might be a whole lot faster. A whole lot faster than, say, the ancient ones that I have. So who knows? I mean, surface tension, or sorry, sleepy slang, you would probably have a head up on that situation there. Since you do the printing of the minis and such, if there's a printer out there that could actually crank something out fast enough where you could basically use it as this random generator speed painting contest thing. I mean, either that, well, I was just thinking maybe you kind of like do it on a stream beforehand or something like that, make it a little bit of an event. Now here I'm going to try to reorganize this a little bit now that this has had a chance to set. Okay, now that's looking more like what we wanted there. So it looks like an Elegoo Saturn 4 Ultra might be one of the faster hombres out there right now. Again, for me, resolution really not a super important thing. The 4Ks, since I have a whole bunch of them here, I literally have a third Anycubic that hasn't even been opened yet. That's sort of the ultimate backup machine there. Just in case something weird happens to all the printers at once. There we go. Okay, so some of the lighter stuff on the deck.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Gandalf, of course, loves all of his little hobbits, including Brother Diego. Thank you so much. So I'm not a jet ski, and I'm also not a surfboard. It's like, well, I can tell that because you got a whole bunch of stuff sitting on that. That's not a surfboard. Although I do like the idea of a jet ski. It's like, well, this jet ski only goes in circles. Huh. That would be one of those pesky fairy swordfish putting a torpedo and jamming your rudder because you're in a turn trying to avoid the torpedo. Now, let's see, can we avoid that dreaded... Ooh, we just did avoid the dreaded 1. Didn't quite get the Gandalf 6, but hey, didn't get the 1 either. So thank you so much, Brother Diego. Appreciate that. Now, Sleepy Slang, does that also kind of have some of those other features like the heated vat and kind of the thing that tells you, hey, you're running out of resin there, that sort of stuff. Oh, and self-leveling. I guess that's kind of like that's like an auto include feature on everything now. Slang is the auto leveling. More of our lighter deck right there. Let's get some on the upper reaches of our deck there, and then I'll go back to the boat deck, back to the catapult. Put some more light up there. So yeah, that heating of the vat, that could be super handy around here. Now again, the way I have things set up, the colder it gets, the warmer it gets by the printers. Because there is one of the main heat vents is right over the table where the printers are. So if it is 20 below or something like that, the printing area almost gets too warm. I think I've seen it be as high as almost 76 degrees there. So see you later, surface tension. Have a great walk with the hound. So surface tension, our Thursday stream, I'm going to try and do a horizontal composition of this right here because I think that could be super fun. So I believe our flat Thursday for this week will have a nautical theme to it. I'm going to try to lighten up a couple of these plankies here. There we go. And I don't want to do that to every single one, at least that light on every single one. Let me go back to our red here. Break that stuff down. air recognition symbol here. Let's get just a little something there. All right, and we're good to go there. We will try to clean up our gray here. It's gotta be kind of a mid-tone gray. Not quite light enough. Hopefully that just about takes care of it there. So again, just trying to clean up some of that. Yeah, that's better. So definitely going to be it'll be fun trying that again. We now of course the circular composition worked out really well on the Christmas ornament version. I'm gonna bring that into the GPTs and see if it can create either that or maybe add an that's it. Add another ship there, recoil, or have it be almost like a well, I don't want to say like a fleet review, but more like a squadron, right? A whole line of ships. Yeah, we'll see what it can do with that. This also needs to be that lighter gray so that it stands out from this here. Again, that's bow and stern, same sort of markings there. Alright, so that is looking way more solid. I was a little, there was a lot of our dry brush stuff on there, so that is much more solid. Oh yeah, we're going to definitely have to do that on the starboard side here. With Sleepy Slang, it's most likely going to have Pigment Red 101 and probably Van Dyke Brown. Where is our... I mean, this one. Oh, and gee, what's in there? Pigment Red 101 and black. So, basically, uh, Mars Red, Mars Black. So something like, again, a Mars Red, and you add Mars Black to it, which again would be Pigment Red 101 or Pigment Red 101, and then, well, there you go. So like a Pigment Black 9. But in any case, Pigment Red 101, we are all Pigment Red 101, right, Camda? Phthalo Green, what's the key pigment in that? Pigment Red 101. Ultramarine Blue, what's in that? Pigment Red 101. Everything is Pigment Red 101. Do we need a Pigment Red 101 theme song? Actually, I'm gonna see recoil if we can do some kind of hilarious, serious song, like some kind of inspirational song of how we're all Pigment Red 101. Now, Slang, have you used the Gamblin one? Because there's a few different types of asphaltum, Sleepy Slang. Oh gosh, there was one. Oh, it was a water washable oils thing, and it wasn't even a tomb, much less asphaltum. It was really, really, really very weak and just had no punch to it at all. But the asphaltum from Gamblin, that's got some oomph to it. But you can always, again, try something like pigment, again, something like a Mars red and your Mars black. Mix those two together, you got something there. It is most definitely the Zathras of pigments. Nah, so it's got to be a Series 1. I don't care what the manufacturer is. Well, now in Williamsburg, it's Series 2. Now, of course, in Gamlin, no, that's Venetian red, which is also pigment. Let's see, that's a Series 1. Now, these are probably Series. Oh, it doesn't even say. These were the special. These were the reclaimed earth colors. But generally, anything that's a Mars red or Mars black is that's going to be Series 1 or 2 at most. I mean, it's iron oxide. It's around, right? Right, slang. That should not be terribly expensive. So Rico, I'm just trying to think of how many different characters in Lord of the Rings were named Gothmog. So there was a Maiar named Gothmog, there was a Balrog named Gothmog, there was an orc named Gothmog, there were a couple of elves named Gothmog. I think the King of Gondor was also Gothmog at one point. That's fantastic, Sling. Yes, I'm pretty sure that the King of the Elves at one point was also named Gothmog. Actually, during the Monday Night Football game, when Tom Grassi was doing the game, I think somebody asked him the question like, "What was the origin of Tom Bombadil?" or something like that, and for whatever reason, he didn't know that Tom Bombadil was essentially a children's toy that had the bright coat, the yellow boots, and what was it, a yellow hat or something? And I was just thinking about that, having painted that one Tom Bombadil on stream. If that thing was full size, like a human sized thing, that would be more demonic than Sauron. Somebody with a bright red beard, right? Bright yellow boots and a blue coat or something, and a big yellow feather. So Camda, well, actually no, it could be worse, Camda, and you know what it would be? Cadmium gray shade. That's even more. That is even more devastating to the wallet, wouldn't you say, Camda? Cadmium gray shade. Now we need. What's my Mars Yellow Deep? Again, it's one of the series of Mars color. Mars Yellow Deep. I'm pretty sure that's at least a series 2. It's a Williamsburg. Now it's basically like yellow ochre on steroids. So yeah, series 2. But look at the opacity in that baby right there, because that's a genuine article on that cover there. Anything else here? More that Mars Yellow Deep there. Oh, let's try for some lighter Rustola colors here, shall we? Couple of targeted places, minus that fur, of course, or fuzz, or whatever that is. Some more there. Oh, look at this! The kind of the final rust effects. It's hour 3. Did I not say that's kind of when we would really want to think about doing the last bits of our weathering and such? Hour 3, right on time. Weathering never arrives too late or too early. Weathering arrives precisely when it needs to. Now, this is not, well, it's not Venetian red, it's not Mars red, it's not Terra Rosa. This is the, basically, whatever the rust is from Paul Rubens. Paul Rubens. How's about some of that on a cranes? Some of that here. We really, oh yeah, we got to do something up here again on that. That's your armored bridge right there. And remember, there was some new information. I mean, it wasn't really earth-shattering information, but it was revealed that there was another eyewitness to HMS Hood. It was actually a regular sailor that was on Prince of Wales. And now, of course, it's a different type of ship completely, but his spot was right around here, right about there. So he actually, now part of his view was blocked by the actual bridge and superstructure, but because the other account is from here and his was from, say, back over here, they saw it, and one was higher, one was lower. He saw different things than the other guy saw. They were looking at the same thing. But one guy thought, well, okay, those shots were long because of the water spouts, and the other guy said, well, no, they didn't straddle the ship. They did this, and it only had to do with just the difference in perspective. Again, somebody up here, like right about there, and somebody down over here. That's all it took to have a radically different view of what happened with, again, the shots that made HMS Hood go boom. And he's actually still, well, I don't know, I think he's alive now, but he was 108 years old, and he might actually still be alive right now. And what's crazy is he was not one of the boy sailors either, like the ones you had, say, on Royal Oak or whatever. I think he was 18 or 19. And I do have, I'm pretty sure no, I think I have to still get that ship. I still have to get Royal Oak, I think. We still have to get, I think I might have Barham. No, maybe I don't. We'll have to get Royal Oak. We'll have to get Barham to do the British Underwater Navy. Oh, also Ark Royal, Eagle, Gloria, all those underwaters, those surface submarines. Here, let's get some of that lighter stuff over there. Well, let's see. It's 2:06 here. It's got to be getting kind of close to supper time there for Squeak and Mum. Let me try to go even lighter with my gray here on the bottom side of these turrets here. So again, we've got ourselves, we're working on Bismarck here. And I'm kind of tempted to, well, again, it'll either be Gneisenau, an H-class ship, or most likely Hood. I think it would be, since we just did Bismarck, I think it would maybe be even more appropriate to do HMS Hood next week for our Armada Monday stream. It makes sense. Of course, if we get Prince Eugen, it's going to look so much like this. Again, keep in mind that King George V was targeting Prince Eugen and not Bismarck. which did turn out to be a critical thing. And I don't know if it's necessarily because of the camo pattern, but yeah, they were targeting the wrong ship. Let me hit this. Yeah, there we go. Let me get you. Also this. Nah, that was too much. So back to something that's more of a mid-range, and now go later. Like that. A little lighter here along our edge. Definitely up here at the bow. Gotta make that lighter. Also gonna do some lighter stuff in our ambient waves here. Also, what we gotta do, we got the light stuff there. We need to get a little bit of our turquoise mix here into here. And also there. There's another thing that was kind of missing right there. Okay, that's good. Because otherwise, that just looks like a solid geyser of water there that has no transparency to it at all. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to maybe go a little further. Going a little further with that there. And then there. So, okay, there we go. Our bow wave. Now, I think we need some of our... Ooh, here on this side, we need some of our light. Great to have you back there, Slang. Yeah, appreciate you being here, of course. Let me darken that. There we go. Yep, that didn't belong there. Touch more on our dazzle cam over here. To the crane. Hey there, Lord Dave. Actually, Lord Dave, I think I sent you the Bismarck song, right? I'm pretty sure that I did. Let me know if I didn't. I'll shoot it your way. Lord Dave, those hopefully that the oils are still being as fun and chill, right? So Slang, sorry you had to deal with that. That is talk about the black helicopters, right, Sleepy Slang? So it's a sea shanty, Lord Dave. It's about a minute and 20 seconds long or so. In any case, I'll send it to you after the stream, so you don't have to go looking for it or anything like that. And of course, Lord Dave, why don't you share some stuffs there in the chat? I know you got, well, you've been really, I know you've just been, it's kind of been like an artistic explosion there, Lord Dave. Sleepy's saying they're kind of like the mounted baristas, right? Yeah, they're sort of like the mounted baristas. Just they're just yelling out different financial regulations and different like Section 3 Code 457. They're just screaming that out in on a loudspeaker at you, right? So yeah, Lord Dave couldn't resist getting back to the 1/1800 scale ships. But Lord Dave, I think you saw next Thursday, right? We were gonna try and do a horizontal comp on this one right here. Yeah, slang. It's dealing with those folk. It is no fun whatsoever. And they always get to change everything, right? Right, slang. They change everything around. And you're like, okay, I should be all good because this is what you said. They're like, no, 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 we changed that 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Lord Day. That's the painting that I did when I was like 13, and we did do an ornament to that last Christmas. But obviously, it's the format on that doesn't work. We need horizontal format, not vertical. So we're going to try and use the GPT to create a new format for that and see if I can maybe add another ship or two. Right, Symes? How you doing? Great to see you there, Symes. Happy Tuesday. Little bit lighter along. Again, that's our torpedo blister right there, which, well, as you can see, it ends literally right here. Not that that would have helped with a fairy swordfish and the lucky shot jamming the rudder, but so Symes, couple of different things that are really crucial. Obviously, you must have dark to show light. The other thing is there's many forms of contrast. Even this is going to be an example. Now, we're just going to hold it like so, right about there. Now, watch what happens with a film noir. Well, look at that. There is no turquoise in the water. There is no yellowish brown on the deck. There's no neutral gray or bluish gray. There's no violet gray up here in the regular water. Let's start bringing this back. And all of a sudden, well, look at all that extra contrast there that has nothing to do with light versus dark. That is a color contrast. Here, let's grab this guy right here. We'll zoom in on him, and then we're going to do this. Well, looky there. It's like there is no object source lighting anymore. Bring it back. Oh, look at that. That's a color contrast, a and also saturation. Warm and saturated, intense. Cool, desaturated, right? Now, where is we had? Well, oh, here you go. Look at this, Symes. Or sorry, there. So look at CAD. So some of the darks here, we actually put violet in there. Some other ones is Van Dyke Brown. Didn't you just say Van Dyke Brown there? So yeah, potentially Van Dyke Brown in there, or something like a violet, whatever, something like that in the wings. So there it is again. Again, you got the potentially bluish reds, something like that. Now, of course, on Wapelius, what did you see? You did see the Book of Wapol there, right? Now, of course, according to the Book of Wapol, well, things must be messy before they can be neat, and this is also crucial, right? Candid, don't be hasty. Also, the oils, you can thin them. What can't you do? You cannot dilute them, which is also why less is more. More is way too much, and you can be piling that stuff up there way too quickly. Also, oh, look at that contrast is more than just light versus dark, right, Renlar? For sure. And of course, hashtag no layers with the oils, right? Because you do not layer oils. Oils, well, they layer themselves. So saith the great book. Whoops, right past my main scene there. So Symes, also, do I have, wait a minute, wait. Let me see if we've got, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. So you can see that red highlights don't always have to be a bright red. Ooh, here that's a tale of two reds. You can see that that is clearly much warmer on the highlights there on that red. And look at how much cooler those highlights are. Yeah, look at that. So that almost looks like a burgundy, whereas that is this kind of very bright red. Now that's the cadmium red. This over here, much deeper, but also a much cooler red on this blood angle right here. Yeah. So hopefully that is kind of helpful there, Symes. And of course, well, that was one of our chapter studies videos, and this video is up on YouTube right now. It is the latest video up on the YouTubes. Oh, thanks, Camda. Yeah, slaying. That is where geometry and painting collide, right? Yep, geometry and painting collide there. That's what you call an isosceles color wheel. More more of our gray here up against that white. So let's grab this. I'm gonna cut away at that top one a little bit there. So hopefully that is helpful there, Symes, because again, not the red highlights don't necessarily have, and the shadows again can be cooler. And of course, again, the highlights can also be cooler. Now, you don't want to, you go with just like the white. Well, that's gonna that's gonna give you pink or magenta or something like that. Now you can do where are you hiding? Is this you? There you are. So something like Naples yellow hue. Well, guess what? I'm gonna give you one guess there, Camda. What is in Naples yellow hue? Oh, huge surprise. Pigment Red 101. It's in everything. Yeah. So that actually keeps this from making your highlight too much of a, again, of an orange. So it was, yes, indeed. No one was, I was sort of surprised, and I also wasn't surprised, Camden, to see that it was Pigment Red 101 in there. Pigment Red 101, the Zathras of pigments, the Gothmog of pigments, because we are all Zathras, right, Camda? Poor Zathras. But of course, poor Zathras is not the same as poor Zathras. They're totally different people. I think, well, it could also be too, Camda, that, well, again, what is it? It's rust, right? It's iron ore. It's not made out of funky seashells or precious gems or something like that. Actually, Camda, now I'm thinking for this that oil painting class there at Adepticon, we should only have paints that have Pigment Red 101 in them. And we'll just go with the 101 line. Oh, there you go, Camda. It's just the 101 line of paints. And it'll sound all super fancy and all, real super special and exclusive and everything. Yeah, Camda, do you want to get in on the 101 line of paints? Yeah, it's part of the great 101 series of paints. It's kind of like our fabulous craft brushes, right, Camda? We could have people paying hundreds of dollars for those. And the hilarious thing is that it's not really, it's not limited per se, right, Renlor? Because, I mean, it's in so many different colors. Or is it the Cylon of Pigments, Camda? There are many copies, and they have a plan. Maybe it's the Cylon of Pigments. Can I? That might be a little too light over here. I'm gonna see what that does over here. Yeah, Camda. I'm gonna make. So instead of Terra Verte, I'm gonna make Terra Rosa green shade or Mars green. There you go, Camda. Mars green. Mars green red shade. I know this sounds like we're being very oh, humorous here, but in all seriousness, I mean, when you look, you just like Pigment Red 101 is in this too. It is shocking to see what it's in. There's times where you look at it, it's like there is no way this is like somebody put the wrong label on this thing. There is no way Pigment Red 101 can be in this thing. So Camda has the precious blue oxide paint there, or the pigment. So Camda, hopefully this, again, it's a video that I'm going to try and film, I think tomorrow, where we take the, whatchamacallit, let's see, our various powders, right, our mica flakes, also our fluorescent colors there to make some homemade paints again. Trying out some tubes versus container like this here. Because we know that these work. I mean, look at that. You can see there's liquid moving around in there, right? That has not solidified. Unlike the cheap little plastic things. Now, again, I don't know if there's going to be painting involved with it too. I don't know if there's going to be time for that. It's going to be another one of those multi-experiments. I'm going to be trying out a bunch of different things. Maybe some colored. Well, no, can't. Well, actually, I wonder. We've never really specifically done colored charts. There was one time, like in the very early days, I tried doing a colored chart with it. Well, that was bound to fail because of how we approached it. So I think maybe a new approach on a different colored chart might just be the thing to do. We're just gonna take oh, and maybe have a darker board to start with. That's it too, not a white board, but I might actually spray either that on. Maybe I wouldn't have time to get that though. I was thinking some black illustration board, which they make, but no, I think I might just spray some boards black. Oh, look at this, more sponsons, Camda. It's Monday, it must be sponsons day. Oh yeah, so that's yeah, in Camda, that's I mean they sell plenty of just black illustration boards, but I don't have any of those here. Let me do that. Little lighter along That's too much paint. Get rid of that. So have you painted your sponsons today, right? That's the question that's very important. Have you painted your sponsons today? These sponsons sponsored by Arid. I think that was as much just to clean the day off of you, the debris of the day off of you there. Well, the debris of the last several days, right, Arid? Everybody, please give Arid a can wife a follow. Arid, why don't you post your Pinterest links there in the chat? And here's hoping you get to do your normal Friday, Saturday stream. You get another stream cycle in on the Gundam Dio, and you get to finish that sooner rather than later. Yeah, Candace. Sometimes the ones with the very distinct dazzle camo pattern. Sometimes it can actually be very helpful. Sometimes it can actually be a little bit of a detraction there because, well, again, we have our water, right? Our lighter water hitting just where that light part of the dazzle camo is. And again, when you look at this, the dimensions of that's about the size, of a heavy cruiser like a Prince Eugen or something like that. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid camo I've just shared. Now, of course, there's no way to confirm nor deny that KGV was fooled by the camo and targeted Bismarck. I think their reasoning was, well, Bismarck would have been the lead ship. What they didn't realize is that Bismarck, again, on their salvo, basically blew out the radar. So that is why Prinz Eugen became the lead ship. And KGV just thought, well, okay, that's got to be Bismarck. It looks an awful lot like it. And it would certainly be the lead ship. Uh, has it happened once again, Camda, for about the 10th stream in a row? One might sense some kind of conspiracy here, Camda. Who knows? Maybe the autocorrect monster is somehow secretly manipulating both of you. He's not just there to manipulate your text in the chat. Who knows? Maybe he wants to be shown in the light of day. Maybe he's got, again, some kind of evil plan or something like that. I mean, he is the autocorrect monster after all. Are we making that a little lighter? We are making that a little lighter there. So recoil, oh geez, I still haven't gotten the stickers. I'm hoping maybe this week the omni-channel stickers will arrive. That's I wouldn't be surprised, right, Camda? And they're probably both linked to big acrylic as well, wouldn't you say? I think that almost goes without saying that they're also linked to big acrylic. Let me see if I can get these little portals over here, little lights on those. Like so, anchor. Ooh, here, let's go back to our rusty color there. Ooh, that's way too much thinner. Let's get rid of some of that. Boom, that needs it there. Also, more here. Too much thinner again. Let's get rid of some of that. Did we do this on? We did do this on the port side. No, didn't do that here. Let's get these two guys. Oh, nope. There we are. Another one over there. So again, just a little here. We can even maybe use a micro blending brush to soften that just a smidge more. It's a little bit more there. Alright, get rid of the rusty color. Our dazzle camo, again, going up here onto, oh look, another sponson. More sponson. I think we're good on that. Oh yeah, here let's. Again, another one of the very unsuccessful anti-aircraft mounts that couldn't even manage to take down a Fairy Swordfish biplane. Because remember, I mean, this was the first cruise for the crew, which meant that I mean, gunnery stuff is a thing. Now, I just, it's really hard to, especially in that day and age, practice anti-aircraft gunnery unless you're the volunteer that's instructed to fly the target plane, right, Camja? And then it's a real unfortunate day for you. Not the best assignment ever. That's when you know maybe you're not the best pilot in the world. That they're like, here, go fly this target plane. Yeah, but this target plane doesn't have any landing gear. It's like, don't worry about it. You won't need it. Nice to see you there, Greenleaf. How you doing? So great to see you again, Greenleaf. As again, we are back to our 1800 scale ships. And I think we've definitely solidified now on the plan for next week. HMS Hood, why? Because it's basically printed out. I just have to stick it on one of these bases and do the water effects. That's why we're doing that. Also, be kind of appropriate here after doing Bismarck. So hope that everything goes well there, Greenleaf. We can actually, I do actually have a waffle maker, but we can also do the Canadian syrup because I still have at least 2 containers of the maple syrup that Blade sent this way from up north. So we do have in this house genuine maple syrup. I do indeed, Greenleaf, because if I didn't have a waffle maker, I couldn't make these. And how do we make those? We make them in Eldritch Foundry. So I do indeed, Greenleaf Terrain Studio, have a waffle maker. Yeah. Otherwise, how are we making more waffles? Some people might suggest a biological origin, but I think that STL origin is much more efficient. Let's get a little something lighter on that. Then it's sponsoring right there. And yes, the latest tutorial just went up on the Patreon page earlier, well, yesterday, because now we're 2 hours 38 minutes into today. But yesterday, brand new video going up. Use an Eldritch Foundry to not just create busts, but also working on the plinths and then also working on likenesses. So yes, it's not just the plinth. We even tried to basically mimic a photo. So again, some of our ambient waves right there. And see if I can maybe a little darker on those. So Greenleaf, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, do that. Of course. Where's my? I gotta get the Prussians out here. That could create some issues if we don't get the Prussians out here. Well, oh, geez, Camden, I don't think, no, I don't, you are definitely not here for the rum waffles, but you've heard the story, right, Camden, of the rum waffles? The infamous tale of the dreaded rum waffles. May do this here. So again, now we even have some of our darker stuff, so you can really see that distinct difference between all the churned up water and then again and I have to do literally an entire painting of just this, literally just that. That's it. So Camden, this is back when Kathy was sick. I was trying to desperately get something to eat real quick before a stream, and I had this thing of frozen waffles, and I think I had those in the toaster, something like that. I had them in the toaster, and those come out. I'm like, okay, great. And I put the butter on there, and then I go to put the maple syrup on there. And I said, wow, this is the runniest maple syrup in the history of maple syrup, and why does it also smell like rum? That was because it was rum. Now, there was no time to make new waffles or anything like that. Uh, Unfortunately, the saturation effect of the rum went way down, like 3 waffles down. So we didn't need so much medicine on the stream, Camda. Because let's just say there was a wee bit of dose of rum pre-stream in the form of the rum waffles. Renlor, I would think that you could actually expand that concept to mead waffles, to cider waffles, to whiskey waffles. Now, I'm not quite sure you want to bring something like that to work because even if people don't notice it on you, if some enterprising coworker was to say, I don't know, mistakenly grab your lunch or whatever, and they were to, shall we say, not be able to handle the environmental impacts of the rum, mead, or whiskey waffles. Of course, that would be the breakfast of champions at every Adepticon right there. Now, it would be like going to a Denny's, except all they serve is alcoholic food items. So yeah, that's the story of the rum waffles there, Camda. Yeah, it was. I was running around like crazy trying to get ready for that stream. And I'm just like, I gotta eat me something here. What I did not realize, and I mean, it was powerful. And you never really realize just how absorbent waffles are. They're kind of like edible sponges. Yes, they are incredibly absorbent. I just, for the life of me, as that was, I could not understand why the syrup was so runny. But man, oh man, that really, those were waffles that would make your eyes water right there. I guess the other breakfast equivalent of that is to take rum chata and put that in your milk, in your cereal. Oh yeah, so we also put that in the hot chocolate. Yes. Now that it's getting to be closer to winter there. Well, looks just get you a lot of places, right, Landrast? When you're gorgeous enough, looks can get you all kinds of things. Now, it is maybe less fortunate in a, shall we say, an incarceration situation. Maybe it's a little bit more of a drawback, but who knows? Maybe that works out well too. Now let's get some more of our lighter. Again, this is mostly the Mars Yellow Deep. Not quite straight up. There is still a little bit of the, a little bit of our not radiant, radiant violet into that. It just depends what it is you're looking for out of the experience, right, Landrast? I wonder. No, we can't go any lighter than that because we need the contrast not just from the deck color there, but we also need that for this camel pattern that is cantilevered up that way. Do we want to go any lighter on the deck? No, okay, fine. We'll do that. We'll get. This is some of Camda's fabulous. What the heck was that? Was it just called light gray? Where are you hiding here? Oh yeah, there you go. Straight from Wales. Who knew that? Well, actually, where does? Well, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. There is something wrong. There's no pigment red 101 in there. I'm not so sure we can continue using that Camda. It does not have pigment red 101. That might be an illegal color. What certainly cannot be concluded in our 101 series. Let me double check here. I want to see something. Yes, indeed. Look at that fabulous Mars Yellow Deep. Bam. Pigment Red 101. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Join the cult of Pigment Red 101. Yeah, join the Oxide cult. Instead of Oxford University, it's the Oxide University. Actually, that's cool because that just gave Recoil some homework. Recoil, that's got to be another one of our schools. We just came up with our third school for the APCC, the Oxide University. Huge surprise at what uniform color is going to be, right, Recoil? Again, you get one guess, and that doesn't even count because you shouldn't need to guess. So yes, it's not Oxford, it's Oxide University. And actually, I'm already thinking of the theme song, Recoil. It's obviously that university is part of a iron ore mining complex. It's also a smelting factory. Oh my gosh, Recoil, this is This is getting to be a thing. Yes, indeed. It's gonna be like a mining song or something like that. That's gonna be the school's fight song. And I'm just visualizing the stadium. It's gonna be like it's inside a strip mine. Recoil, yes, it's inside a strip mine. So the grandstands are just up along the walls, constructed by carving away soil and rock. Is that gonna be too dark? Let me go back to the Prussian blue over here. Nope, that is too dark. Let me get the phthalo green and the Prussian blue together. Let's try those together. And there we are. I will get some of that up here too. Since it's separating a little too much, let's get some thinner in there. There we go. Oh yeah, this wave too. So yeah, recoil. We gotta write ourselves a yet another college theme song. And the let's see, oh yeah, the fraternity of that school. Instead of Greek letters for the fraternity, it's just I forget what the whatchamacallit, the symbol for iron is in your periodic table. Oh, that's their logo. There you go. That's their logo. Is just the periodic table for iron. So is that ferrous oxide there, Camda? All right. So now, oh yeah, there we go. That really sharpens up these waves nicely. Those are a little bit smushy. Now those have gotten much sharper. We're not doing it on every single one there. I'm gonna try me something right here. Let's do this. Too much, too much. Let's back away from that a little. Ah, okay. Might do a little bit of that over here too. This side was okay. I'm just trying to
Hello,
get this
little
one
hobbits. Spot
closer
my
to it.
dungeon.
Thank you so much, Stronghold Guard. Appreciate that. Ah, so the other one that was thinking of using you is what, like a jet ski or something? Like, yeah, that's a bad idea. So what's this deal with your rudder here? He's like, it's stuck, man. I can only go in circles. Can't you just kind of like use one engine and not the other? It's like, dude, speed is a thing. I got like 10 ships chasing me. It's like, ooh, it's like I got a bunch of goblins chasing me, so I'll see you later. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Stronghold. Where's our big? There it is. Big. We haven't had a 6 on our Gandalf 6 yet. Well, didn't quite get there. We got halfway there for Stronghold Guard. Thank you so much for the follow, Stronghold. Have a good night's sleep there, Renlor. It's getting to be about midnight there, so yes, indeedy. So iron oxide Fe203. Thanks, Herod. Oh, there it is. That's perfect recoil. That's their nickname. So Oxide University is also that's their nickname is Ferris University. Now, of course, recoil we can't necessarily have Ferris University as a logo because that's not rated G, right? Recoil that particular logo. Yeah, for Ferris University, that might be problematic on the public airwaves. Yeah, so somehow I think we'll have to go with Oxide University. Although there's a lot of humor in that recoil. Hard to resist, right? Oh, you know what? Here, let's lighten this up a little touch more here. It would still be fun to make that logo recoil. I think it still has to be made. Well, we'll make stickers of it, right? Recoil. Because we haven't made enough stickers of weird things. We certainly have not made enough weird stickers. Pendrake, what was that thing? I don't think it's really on. Was it Night Vale or something like that? It kind of sounds like that Night Vale type thing. I'm guessing that has long since disappeared. I think wasn't it called Welcome to Night Vale or something? Is that two different? Oh, wait a minute. Where was they? We were there. No, okay. This that I was thinking, Candle. We only had a sponson on one side of the ship. It's like, whoa, what happened there? What happened there? There we are. That's the light we needed on that sponson. Now remember, we said we had to get this a little lighter too. There's actually more portals too along this, right along there. You know, believe the back of that turret. Now this one, let me go back to my darker stuff up here on the top of that turret. Somehow that one a little wonky. That's better. This one, two. Now when it comes to the, again, I got this little bit of paint on us there. 2 minutes, dish soap, warm water, gone. I've had primer on my, unless I've tried to scrub it off my hand with a Brillo pad, the primer is on there for like a week and a half, but a couple of minutes with warm soapy water. You could do the same for your brushes too. You could do the same for the brushes. So yeah, we'll have to have another screen that to add Oxide University to our APCC. It's the it's the metallurgical Oxford. There you go. That's all it is the study of metals. They don't study anything else. You get a liberal arts degree in mining. That's what you get at Oxide University. Actually, oh, you know what, Rico? This could be an interesting. I mean, humorous, yes, but on the serious side, some of these video creation platforms, you could actually say, look, create me a 20-second promotional video for Oxide University, and it's got kind of like that happy music playing for every university ad, and it's just a bunch of university students in mining helmets, and you got the big, your big pots there of all the molten iron. Oh, there you go. Yeah, a pot of molten iron. That would be your Oxide University. one of those massive industrial uh, pots there. I don't know. I don't think they call them smelting pots. Well, work ethic is a thing, right, Landras, and that keep that couple of 18-hour shifts. You know that promotes good work ethic, right, Landrast? Actually, recoil. Well, we need like 10,000 schools. So why not both recoil? Actually, oh, recoil. That makes sense. That makes sense because I don't know if it will. Let's see. If you look at if you go on YouTube and look up the Fansville commercials, one of the fiercest rivalries uh, when there's like rivalry week in college football, it is always like University of Michigan versus Michigan State, or it's Washington University against Washington State. Pendrake, unfortunately that particular air recognition system, their air recognition symbol, we're not really allowed to do. So we're just kind of putting a blank area there because there's something else that goes there, but unfortunately we can't do that. Let's do our somewhat lighter green. Is this too light? Nope, that's just right. There we go. That's another reason actually recoil. While I was thinking we could actually paint an ME262 and do all the markings because it's Red Baron style, right? So I think that we got to do that. We have to do that. And I'm pretty sure that now with this new camera boom, we should be able to, well, it's kind of on the larger side, but I think we could actually fit that 148 scale ME262 and give it Red Baron colors and markings. I'm going to lighten this up a bit more here. There we are. Gotta make sure that is mixed with this though. There we are. So I think we will have both universities recoil. So that's basically again like Michigan versus Michigan State, or uh, say Oregon versus Oregon State, or Texas versus Texas Tech. Yeah, recoil. This is it's only just getting started, right? Let me see here. Can I get to? Boy, I can't get to the bar bit underneath that, but I do need to get to this part of the superstructure right there. We sort of did that on this side, but we're going to pop that again. There you go. That's better. Try to make that a little less rough over there. Might even try to get just a hint of some kind of reflected light here. Just a hint of it. That is all. Yay, there we go. I think we've gone as light as we want to go on the ambient water there. What about where it meshes in? with our waves there. Oh, they were good. I think we're good to roll there too. So yeah, well, recoil. Actually, if you could just shoot me a message so that I don't forget about Ferris University and also again Oxide University. So again, that is your classic, tech versus state or whatever in-state rivalry. Now, of course, maybe a Ferris University, that's more of a like a laboratory type school. Hence the whole, uh, your periodic table as the logo. Kind of just like how your Barton barristers are the more the elitist university compared to the Swampton Crocs. Hey there, Extra. How you doing? So great to see you there, Extra. Well, happy Tuesday. We're 3 hours into Tuesday here. There we are, and a little bit more here. So Extra take a look see at the pictures of the wreck, and even after all this time, you will see a very distinctive symbol. Now, that would be up here, but the way the anchor chains are, I can't actually put anything there. But yeah, there's a very distinctive symbol, even visible to this day. What's interesting is that, again, unlike, say, HMS Hood, which is in fragments, same thing with, say, Yamato in fragments, Bismarck basically kind of hit sort of like a mountain and just slid down a mountain. It went skiing for a while. Yeah, basically, I don't know how many thousands of feet it slid down an underwater mountain. And very much upright, and all of the, again, almost all of the secondary armament still in place. There we are here. Let's do this. It is ironic, right, X-Shook, that it did aircraft recognition things, but when were its own planes ever going to be flying overhead? That might have been positive thinking, right, X-Shook? To think that that was going to be their planes that they had to worry about flying overhead. Or wishful thinking, that's it. That's the word I think I'm looking for there, Extra, is wishful thinking. Extra, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do some painting stuff over the last few months or so. If you want to share something, whatever, in the chat, please go ahead. Maybe throw a little more light right there. All right, we got this, this, another couple of things we gotta get some lights on up there too. Let's see. And again, everybody give Inganes a follow too. Yeah, there's that one aircraft reconnaissance photo, right, X-Chuck, that it shows that there, and that's when they knew it had basically gotten out into the Atlantic. Actually, oh, that's right too. If they had stayed a little bit longer and kind of gotten more fuel, that also would have made a difference too. And Camden, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat there again, I know it's been a while, and well, I hope that the stream is very fun, Camden. Again, I have a feeling that your stream time is going to be those rare few hours when I am actually trying to sleep, even though there's hashtag no sleep in Wappelville. Xchuk, what's really wild now, obviously I have a Turpitz ship, but we should do a diorama Xchuk of Turpitz in that fjord where they literally painted windows on the side of it. They try to make it look like a some kind of a ski lodge or something. I mean, it is just the most hilarious looking thing. They put logs on it and everything. That might be a very, all kidding aside, that could be an interesting, well, that'd be a vehicles workshop video series right there to see if we could actually do something like that. We would sculpt the full fjord around it. That's actually recoil. Well, they still use the same naval ensign too. Recoil, right? That probably shouldn't still be in use, but it still is. Now, of course, recoil. I guess you could say a lot of those names are kind of like Flying Dragon, Green Dragon, that sort of thing. So it's not quite the same as, say, our naming system, which, well, it used to be after. I kind of prefer the old naming system than this new one. It would be much more fun to. Well, we don't have. I know there's supposed to be a new carrier Enterprise that's going to be made, probably a GRF class. Since the old one got, well, both old ones got scrapped. Obviously, not quite as much of a hero ship as the other, but alright, we got those sponsons later. What about this sponson a little bit later? So yeah, that might have to be a diorama project with one of our Coco's models ships with the torpedoes there. There was also a couple of your Japanese ships were also the same way towards the end of the war, where they basically did whatever they could to hide them. And it's going to be a GRF class, right, Pendrake? I would imagine. Because the original one is it CV-65? Well, not the original one was CV-6, but your nuclear powered one was that CV-65? Because Forrestal was 59, and that was the first super carrier. So it is a GRF, okay. And actually, Pendrick, I think. Well, actually, I know that Coco's models has the original nuclear-powered Enterprise. He also has the Long Beach, the guided missile cruiser of the same era. But I think I know he has a Nimitz class, but I think he has a GRF class carrier too. Ooh, that would be really fun to paint. It'd have to be big. It'd have to go out to about here. That would be huge. That would be big. But we'll see what Coco's got cooking as far as the current day ships. What are we doing there? Wait a minute. This never did complete that up there. Okay, better, better. Now these also will need some light up there too. Boy, Camda, it's such a simple thing too, right? Just to sculpt that on, and it really does, it adds so much to it. And yeah, Camda, I've got to, believe it or not, I have to paint like a couple of boards worth of just this. I'm just going to be doing like Payne's Gray and maybe some of our not radiant violet or something, and that's it. And then just do a whole bunch of boards that have that, and then that'll be the backdrop for the photos. So it's a little bit easier for GPT to create a backdrop for them. Because, yeah, I mean, we can't have any of this, right, Camda? That would make no sense if we had any of that on there. So all it can literally be is just this and nothing else. It won't be one of the more scintillating paintings of all time, right, Camda? Talk about a limited palette. It's the ultimate limited palette exercise. Boy, so Rico, I really was wondering how do we get those kind of in-state rivalry things with crazy names for the school, but it just kind of it happened. Now, of course, there is a pigment red 102. That's typically Indian red. I wonder, do I have? Wait a minute, where is it? Where is it? Nope, that's Van Dyke brown. Oh, this might be it. No, that's Venetian red. That's brown matter. Pigment red 176. Actually, oh, this is I don't know if slang is still around, but brown matter. That is another reddish brown. We haven't used this in a long time. I always loved brown matter. Well, the cavalry channel will return. We will have a return of the cavalry channel, and we can maybe have a comparison, direct comparison of asphaltum versus brown matter, which, as I learned, is not the same thing as brown matter alizarin, which was one of my favorite watercolors. There has to be some difference because brown matter alizarin is really expensive, and brown matter is not. I'll try and get a little bit of, again, on that torpedo blister right there. So again, we have made use of the brand new light gray from Paul Rubens on our Bismarck here. And this right here. that's a little too light up there. We'll take this and we'll tone that down a little. Ooh, we never did get this part on the bar bed here. Holy smokes, let's get that lighter. I'm actually going to zoom out here, just tiny. Yeah, there we go. I think I had that kind of zoomed in because, oh, that's right, we were showing our little dwarves there as part of our film noir. Doing a little contrast exercise. Trying to, again, get the hard edges of these turrets right there. We go. Okay. So again, next week, Armada Mondays. I believe it should be HMS Hood, especially since we did Bismarck here. We should do Hood next week. Other stairway there. And then after that, it'll probably either be the H-class ship or Nice. Now, it depends again which ones I can get prepped. Okay, Gneisenau, essentially the sister ship of Scharnhorst. They were called battleships, but in some ways you could have just called them. It's weird, they were sort of just battle cruisers because they were supposed to be fast. They did not have the biggest of guns, they only had the 11-inch guns. But they were on the faster side. And they actually, unlike, say, the traditional battle cruiser design, there were no skimping on any armor or anything like that. So Symes, there is a system you could use these with. It's by Warlord Games, and that would be Victory at Sea, because they are 1/1800 scale ships. And the best thing is, everything is measured from the bridge, so it doesn't matter, these bases, if they're not the same as what's in the game, that doesn't matter. Because again, you're not measuring from the base, you're measuring from the bridge. Now, there's a whole bunch of aircraft that are involved in the system as well, so you'd have to find yourself aircraft and print those out. What's interesting, Pendrake, is that they also had those torpedo launchers on them. And oh gosh, years ago when I was playing the Battle of the Atlantic computer game, my most effective sub hunters, believe it or not, were ships like Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and actually the H-class ships. Because with those massive guns, I would just basically say, okay, there's a sub in the area. The destroyer would locate the sub, and then I would just have the H-class ship fire the main turrets into the water, and then I would have Scharnhorst or Gneisenau just fire torpedoes at the sub, and one of those two things would get it. Yeah, the destroyer trying to do depth charge thing, every time I tried to do that, the destroyer got sunk. And I said, okay, we'll just do it this way, which is much more fun, launching torpedoes from a surface ship at a sub. Well, let's do there. Okay, there we go. That's the other thing we were kind of forgetting to do, was to get that one little other light part of the turret there. Well, Symes, once October hits, and that ain't that far away, I don't think there. I think there's only 30 days in September, right? So basically, 8 days from now, I will be starting up the Isengard Urukai army. So that's the one army. Well, I have Kathy's Urukai figures, but that's one that I have not painted any figures for. I've got like the berserkers and everything. Oh, that's right, son. That's the other thing too. I want to get to the Great Beast of Golgoroth. I've got like three of them printed out. So I want to try and paint one of those during October. And I thought we would use lots of dirty down for rust effects, for blood effects. What more perfect way to kind of experiment with it and test it out than on a whole bunch of, say, Urukai figs and, well, things like a Great Beast of Golgoroth and such. Because we need to plow through those like we plowed through these dwarves. Our last Middle Earth stream was what, last week? I think it was Friday, right? And we did nine dwarves, or no, yeah, it was 9 dwarves in 5 hours with all the object source slitting, with all the metal in the oils, because reasons. Now that's a little too dark. Let me see if we can lighten this up a bit over here. And then again, as we get into very late October, on Kathy's birthday, that is when we start to have some funds with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. So Symes, there's I've been doing them on the old channel, but this is the channel. This is the primary. Basically, this is where all the Twitch stuff is going to live. It's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I already have this right here. So this just went live today on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So you subscribe there. Again, the one advantage of that is there's playlists there. So if you want to see, okay, Lord of the Rings figures, well, you can go to the Lord of the Rings playlist, or MESPG playlist, I should say. There's already, I mean, there's like dozens and dozens of videos on that YouTube channel now already. And again, this is going to be going up there. Our Galactica ships are up there. All the ships are up there. I've even started to put the sculpting videos up there too. Get that piece of fuzz off of the brush there. So you have all the vids going to the YouTube. Because again, no highlights are possible anymore. That was less than convenient, but before you couldn't. I mean, if you wanted to find something, you just had to look through thousands of videos. So Symes, that's I still have that channel. That's where all of the Patreon stuff is as well. But I wanted to kind of have the oldest videos also, again, kind of have a just one place where people could look for them too. So that channel still exists. That's the regular James Wemple on YouTube. But I wanted a second channel that's just for things like that. I also want it for my Army Showcase videos. Again, just kind of a special channel for things, again, like live stream stuff. And thank you so much, Camda. There it is. There's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There will not be any ads. Because all that's there for is just a home for the Twitch stuff. So no ads. Now the other channel, well, that does, because that's a little different what we're doing with that one. And again, it's also where all the Patreon videos go. And we just did, again, the latest Patreon video is another Eldritch Foundry episode. We were showing how to kind of a deep dive into the facial controls, where you can, where we were creating basically busts, and some of it was about trying to basically create a likeness, or at least as close as possible, given the tools available. So yep, Symes, we just did a couple of streams with those. Was it last weekend? Or was it the weekend before? And then we took them into the Patreon realm, and we did a new method for icicles. We did the snow, we did the blood effects, and you can see the blood drips and everything. That's where we also did our first test of the dirty down stuff. We also have another couple of Warcrow cavalry figs. I've got some Infinity stuff that I'll be doing. So yeah, there is Warcrow stuff on that channel, and there will be more to come. I want to save one of those horsies there, Camda, to do the gold non-metallic on them for you. There. So I have done some Infinity things. If you look at the other YouTube channel, there should be some Infinity stuff there. There might even be one Infinity thing on the new Linseed Fellowship channel. But yeah, there's going to be more Infinity stuff being painted. Might even try to do a basing video or something too. Since we have all the basing bits, we didn't have those back in the day when I was first doing Infinity figs, that's for sure. And trying to work a little bit of the darker deck texture in there. Took some of that red ochre and some of our souped up yellow ochre, aka Mars Yellow Deep. There. That needed it. Yeah, this too. That's there we go. That was a little funky down in there to get rid of that. So let's see, 4 hours, 28 minutes ago. How much paint did this have on it? Besides none. It was essentially this dark blue primer color. That's it. The ship, the water, all of it primed this the same. Just taking the Prussian blue ink and mixing that with the black. Oh, and I've got, let's see, I don't know if I have it, but, oh, here's the box. So this is going to be a new video series here. We're going to do a basing video on this, but we have this right here. So special character figure right there. It'd be really interesting to try and do something with this. I was assembling that the other day, trying to get that together. That's a resin figure. That is not one of the plastic ones. But I have to decide, do I want to do more of a almost like a koi pond type of thing, do maybe some water on that, or do we want more of a woodland environment because all the kitsune on there? So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channels. Again, there are two of them. Who knows? If we start to live stream games of MESBG in the future, maybe there'll have to be a third channel for just that and nothing else. Because it would be a little bit confusing to have that and all the painting stuff on the same channel. I'm like, maybe, here, let me get a little lighter back there. Okay, and a little lighter here on the leading edge of that turret. Same deal over here. And all this done with the oils. And these are from Coco's Models, 3D printed from my mini factory. He's got World War I ships. He's got the World War II ships of just every navy, and then also some modern day ships. I think he actually has Battlefleet Gothic ships too. I believe so. Okay, that torpedo was. I don't think we need to go any lighter on that. This I need to clean up our gray again. Now let me drop into this warmer gray over here. Also take away some of the lights around the portal there. Yeah, just reduce that a little. I think sometimes they were just sculpted very easy. You can see there's a little bit of texture there, right? So there's actually a texture to work with, and then using things like the phthalo green, the Prussian blue, so your darker translucent colors. We first started doing that with uh, our ships for, well, ironically enough, Armada. So you can see there's that texture. Ah, there you go. You can see the texture sculpted in the water right there. You can even see it on this little guy here, maybe. Yeah, there you go. There's some of the texture. Now, these were the early days. Well, that's another Empire of Dust ship right there. And that was some of the very early days of our Armada Mondays. And that is just heavy gloss gel. That is the same stuff we use for fire effects, for icicles. I mean, again, oh, here we go. Here's our icicles and snow. So there, see the icicles right there. That's the same heavy gloss gel that we used for this. And then, of course, fire for our bases and for buildings and all that kind of stuff is right there. So all those flames sculpted with the exact same material that we used to sculpt the water effects here. Where's my there we go. So there is the painted building. You might be able to see. Oh, look at that. We also used it for the roof texture. Yes. That's how we made the, and you can see it here. So the thatched roof, that's actually heavy gloss gel. That is not stuffed animal fur or any of that. That is the heavy gloss gel there. Now that's going to be very much depending there, Symes. And the method of it is there's the plop and push where we're blending two colors together, but there's also where we have very much a dry brush, right? We have almost no paint on here, and then we just kind of dust the paint over, but that also mixes with what is there. So there are many different ways of blending, probably 5 or 6 different ways, really. And then even with the glazing stuff. Thanks, Symes. Yeah, the those were super fun, and actually we will have to get back to some of our terrain stuff, right? Like our Easterling buildings, many more of those to do, and then of course I actually have now a big Hobbit farm, like a two-story Hobbit farm to do. So we got to get that painted up. I'm not gonna be on stream, but we can do that on one of our terrain videos. And that'll be on the Patreon page. Let me scare up some more of this here. A lighter gray for this upper part of the superstructure here. I don't think we want this on the stack there. Symes, there are so many fantastic ones. There's Printing Goes Ever On. There's Diwali. There's Kurzlook. Even Medbury has a bunch. Dandelion in Middle Earth. Papal 3D. Navarrete Studios. And I'm sure there's more that even I don't know about, but I have at least 13 different sources of MESBG figs. All of those Urukai I was talking about, those are all from Papal 3D. Actually, all of the dwarves that we did, these were all 3D printed. I think actually these are from Papal 3D right here. Some of them were also from Diwali. So you can literally just go on My Mini Factory or Colts 3D, whatever, and just kind of see what's out there. But again, Navarrete Studios, Printing Goes Ever On, Kurzlook, Medbury, Dandelion in Middle Earth. Now some are going to be more stylized, some are going to be almost dead-on realistic. Then you have others like every so often Titan Forge, Highland Miniatures. Every so often they'll do something that is very much like a Middle Earth figure. I think even Clay Cyanide. Oh, this is where are you hiding? Where's oh here we go. This is actually from RNS Studios right here. That they did some basically some Fellowship miniatures and all that. A couple of folks have done not Rohan figures. Some of their I think I have like their tribes or whatever. Now, unfortunately, the fabulous summer sale is over on My Mini Factory. So I won't be able to partake of that. That was like a 30 to 50% off sale on stuff. There's our, okay, that's lighter there too. Okay. Let me grab you. This is another method of blending here. We're just taking a blending brush. There's paint sitting on there. We're taking a brush that has no paint on it. I'm going to do a similar thing. We're going to put some stuff there. We're going to take this and we let it blend with what's sitting there already. And terrain-wise, Conquest Creations has a lot of fantastic MESBG terrain. So I use these, again, these are several different types of miniature holders from Battlecraft Supplies. Now this is obviously for kind of hanging onto miniatures, but if you unscrew this and you put this flat piece on there, I just hot glued this here, and I've done that with terrain. Basically, I just hot glue the terrain to this, and I literally have a nice little holder stuck to the bottom of my piece of terrain, and that works really well. Now, I didn't have that ability before, but now I can do that, and it really makes it a lot easier to handle the terrain, especially with oils, but not just oils, even with acrylics, because there's times where you want to be able to handle it without handling it, I guess, if you want to call it that. So yeah, just a holder that you can hot glue. The well, again, even this is just hot glued onto here, because I tried using the regular holder part, and it does not like to hold on to this type of base. It is not designed for that at all. So we had to improvise. Now I think Battlecraft Supplies has been in a pause mode because, well, somebody, I do believe, stole all the printers and all the computers. So it's hard for them to continue the printing business when it's all not there anymore. I think they are back to it. So see you later there, Irid. And everybody again, give Irid Wife a follow. Best of luck with everything there, Irid. And again, just hoping that you can enjoy some streaming on Friday and Saturday. Get that project closer to done. And again, great success with everything. See you later. Now I do believe, well, as it's almost 4 a.m. here, and while we've been doing this almost 5 hours, I do believe it's time where we thank Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderations. So thanks so much for doing that, Armored Wolf. So Symes, when possible, I use the oils. It's not always possible. The oils on terrain far better because, well, the oils are far more durable, and any kind of FDM terrain or whatever is just going to soak up the oils very nicely. So it would be my preference to do the oils on all of it. Camdo, that's the hand of the ancient gods, not those young whippersnapper elder gods. This shows you the power of the ancient gods because again they hold an entire 54,000-ton ship literally in the palm of their hand. That again is the power of the oil paints and the ancient gods, not the wimpy little elder gods. So again, appreciate everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, also the raids. And thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate that. I'll shoot you some messages there, Rico, after the stream. Just gotta make me some chow here for sure. No, sometimes that's fantastic because other folks may have this very same question. What if they're not in a position to be able to type right or something like that, something in the chat? So it's always good to have the question. So thank you so much, Symes. So I'll see you later there, Camda, and have fun streaming if I don't get to catch you there. Have a blast doing the stream thing. Here, I think I actually found somebody who is new to the streaming thing. So we're going to head on over that away. And here, there's our 1/1800 scale Bismarck compared to one of our much earlier ships. There's Roma, right? Now, kind of a similar size, but again, very different ships. So see you later, everybody. Thanks so much.